Ayo. Let me see the chat window up. I asked that if anybody is in here, please drop me a like or a sub if you are not already subbed. These algos are rough. Rough. So this is breaking a, well, I tried to break and then got rejected from, it looks like, a key resistance level. However, if we do end up breaking it, things get very interesting right in this area. I mean, it doesn't have to be exactly like this price tag. It could be like 350 even. I mean, it's just somewhere in that ballpark. It's had very, very violent moves, whether it be to the upside or the downside. If this is your first time watching my channel, I'm going to go ahead and just give you a look over on my indicators so then you know. So it's saying this is MULN. I mean, MULN basically dipped below this yesterday and then hit supply and then immediately shot up. But anyways, so we have my 13 is green, and that's the EMA. 24 is the blue. Pink is the 48. The VWAP is also blue. I know you might say, well, you know, how don't you get confused with 24? It's very rare that I do, but you know, on occasion I'll admit, like, I'll be like, huh, which one is that? And then you could tell just by the curvature of them. But anyways, that's 200. The thicker my lines are, the more real, I guess, like heavy the previous price action was, and the resistance should be. Are there any plays that you guys are in that I should be looking at? You guys want me to like dive into vortexes, or what are y'all thinking? I bought some YOLOs on this for a little bit of a dead cat bounce type deal because their earnings really was like they beat on earnings. They beat by like 60 cents ish. Okay. And the only reason they went down is because they are exiting Russia. Wait. I don't know why my phone just started doing that. Okay, sorry about that. I just didn't want to get DMCA'd. But yeah, so I bought some YOLOs on this. Not too high though. Like, so the day before it lost $120 some. It closed at like 348. So I have calls. I've calls at 250, 265. I literally spent like nothing to get them, but I have calls at 300, 310, and 330. We're talking like $1 to $5. Like, I mean, like, we're not talking much. So, as of right now, I mean, the market just didn't open yet, so I can't really tell by theta yet. But I'm positive on them, even though the price has gone down, and that's just from the implied volatility going up. That's why it's important to know your option Greeks. We are looking strong in MULN. We just did I just messaged my friends that it was at 4.5 million. Now we're at 5.5 million. So it just did $1 million in a matter of about 10 minutes. That's interesting. Like this right here is probably about $1 million worth of volume. And Look at this heavy barcoding already. This looks very, very strong. The reason why I think that this looks so strong is because during Tesla's earnings call last night, Elon said two things that I think were actually bullish for MULN, and I don't even know if he probably realized it would have a side effect, but like for everybody in the space, but like he said that like supply chain issues are obviously prevalent. It's gonna be less prevalent for us if we're doing R&D in house in our own facility. So that's one thing to think about. Okay, and then he also talked about Tesla would take about like 1 year to get up to comparable batteries for EVs. So unless you guys could think of a better EV company with a longer lasting battery, then I'm gonna have to say that they're probably talking about MULN. Don't quote me on that, but he said that it would take them about a year in order to develop and test and get everything going on a battery that is as efficient as as a competitor's. And then as soon as he said that, this went surging in pre-market or in after hours, excuse me. Like this was up more than Tesla in what's it called? This was up more than Tesla in after hours yesterday. And like BBIG, you see a lot of barcoding, just nonstop. It's essentially just like a game of tug of war of gamma. If we see downward pressure, if we do, I'm just telling you now, look at the options chain. What they've been doing on BBIG and MULN especially, okay, is they are going into the deep in the money puts for this week and buying a metric F ton of puts that are in the money, and so that's going to drive downward gamma and downward pressure on us. And us as retail traders, a lot of us don't understand option Greeks, and we buy these options that are way too far out of the money, and they don't apply nearly the same amount of gamma that I'll show you. Hold on a second. Look at the difference between gamma here. At the money, that's how much gamma pressure you're applying and how much leverage, right? Look how it decreases out of the money. Like that's important, guys. That's why, I don't know. I could just argue all day long about option Greeks. And a lot of people fail to fail to understand the importance of it. If you need help learning them, I mean, I learned how to go to understand them. I mean, over time, you obviously develop kind of like a sixth sense for it, and you kind of just feel it, and you just by looking at it, But just go to Investopedia.com and search option Greeks. I mean, hell, the world's at your fingertips nowadays. You could teach yourself anything. This looks like a gigantic cup and handle in pre-market. I have so many calls. And I DCA'd and sniped options yesterday. Oh, I really hope that this goes parabolic. I think max pain on this was for 150. So we are above max pain. We want to close well above 2. I mean, 250 would be great. Don't get me wrong. I believe max pain is 150 though. And then as of 2 days ago, I didn't check yesterday, but as of 2 days ago, max pain on On AMC, I think it was 1850. GME's was 148, maybe? I don't want to spread false information, so if somebody has the accurate number, that'd be great if you could inform me. I did do a little bit of research yesterday. I didn't have a chance to do the Ortex, like an up to date. But as of yesterday, the average age of loans on MULN was brought it to April 4th. Okay, on April 4th, the high was $3.12 and the low was $2.85. So at that point in time, that's where the shorts would technically be like threatened to go underwater. They might want to take their profit before then if this is going to start to gamma squeeze. Or they might not. And then if it does raise to that level, then that's where, that's where we might face some resistance. Now, again, I didn't update it again today, you know what I mean? So the levels might be off a smidge, but that's just a general idea. Let's see if anything is going to happen with Netflix. I feel like this is going to be very, very volatile today. I feel like it's going to... I have reversion calls. So, we'll see. SPY's up, pre-market, TLT's down. I like that. Although they have been... Like, usually they don't, like, they move in tandem. Like, they move inverse. But they've been disjointing and just going all over the place. So I really I wouldn't pay as much attention to TLT as I would have like a month ago. I pay more attention to Bitcoin. That's just me though. That line that I have is pretty much just a speculation line. If this is your first time on my channel, I actually call my channel the speculation channel. Because I go based off research and stats and stuff like that, but I do also speculate because I don't believe in coincidences. And nothing I say is financial advice whatsoever, just because I'm not a financial advisor. I am thinking about going for my Series 65, but I have not completed that yet. Not a financial advisor or an economist or anything of the sort. I don't know. I just sit here and I trade all day, so I figure I might as well, trade with people. Trade with others, If you guys see any kind of crazy plays, shout them out. If I see what I believe is a bottom, I mean, I'll probably see, I mark everything like up. Like, all right, so like for instance, like a line like this, right? 70 cents, okay? Yesterday, if it fell, so it fell to my level here where I sniped options. If it fell to this, to this level, I literally would have sold a lot of things in my portfolio in order to buy. And I would average way the hell down. I mean, like my average is at like 164 now, and that's because I've been averaging up. But like just judging by my lines and my TA that I do live, like you should have a general gist of like what, like I don't know what I'm doing. Like I can't tell you guys like, oh, buy here or buy this strike or like whatever. Like maybe after like after some time passes, I could tell you what strikes I have. That way, like the option Greeks are completely different. I just don't want to get accused of like of coordinated buying or anything of the sort. So yeah, but I am always open to questions and new plays, new ideas, new strategies. If anybody could help me out with this, CEI yesterday posted a document that said that they had to reserve 500 million shares. However, even with their merger with Viking, okay, that still leaves them 25 million shares short. of the number that they are required to hold. So they have to lock up 500 million shares, but I'm missing 25 million shares somewhere. Approximately 25 million shares somewhere. So if anybody has information on that and can help, I would greatly appreciate that, because that could, I don't know, it could do a lot of crazy things. In full transparency, I have like, because Viking is going to do a one-to-one merger, right? Usually the acquiring company goes down and the acquisition goes up. So I have moved half my position from CEI, my straight stock position, not my options. I still have like leverage to the upside. But anyways, I have moved half my position on CEI to Viking because of the percentage change that this is going to have on its way up to meet that. They might meet in the middle, like I said, but chances are that's going to go up, and that's gonna, like, if anything, that would go down, or that might just stay flat, and that might just suck its way right up to it. But I didn't want to risk my entire what's it called? I don't want to risk my entire position by doing that, so I left some, and then I also leveraged it with options to kind of like make up for me like selling. Since, I mean, I'm all about the MOASS. I don't want to like, I guess, like, put negative pressure on it. So I did what I could, but also I have to look out for myself on percentages. So I went ahead and I did that. Is what it is. We're at over 6 million in volume on MULN already. That's insane. Okay, we just cracked 3% on Netflix as well. Hold on. That's a nice candle. That's a crossover. That's 13 and 24 cross over the 48 on the 1. I want to see what it's doing on the 5. Let's see. All right, so on the 5, it's in between the 13 and the 48. Well, I'd say probably the 24 and the 48, actually. It's a little bit tighter. And it's twisting up. 3, that looks nice. Okay. On the 3, it's between the 48 and the 200. And look at that. Somebody bought the entire order book, it looks like. Look at that candle. Somebody bought the entire order book. Like, they beat on earnings. They beat. The only money that they lost was they did a share buyback, and then obviously with yesterday's sell-off, obviously that went negative. And the people with FUD are trying to say that they lost all this money. The only money that they lost is by pulling out of Russia, which they wouldn't have if there wasn't a war and other companies weren't pulling out. Sorry, I get heated about this kind of stuff. There's no politics in here. I know politics are often very, like, they have a lot to do with what we do, but I try to keep them, I don't want to segregate anybody in my, any viewers, Same thing goes with religion and stuff. And no other creator hate either. And no talking about my ankles. There were bots in here the other day talking about like buttering my feet. It was really, really weird. Please don't do that. Don't be those people. What is Bitcoin doing? It's still sitting there at that level. Okay, that looks strong though. It looks like a bull flag breakout. That's a really heavy line of resistance. A number one, it's on my trend line. B, it's also on that previous line of resistance. So let's see, can we bust it? What's the RSI at? What the hell? RSI is at 61. Yeah, we're good. That's a lot of momentum with a pretty low RSI for the amount of momentum. The reason why I'm watching this 10 minutes till open is because there are very, very key economic events that are going to happen today. So I'm going to be more following Bitcoin than probably anything else. Okay. Okay, so we missed on unemployment. It's not that bad of a miss, but still miss. That's a big miss. Philly Fed Manufacturing Index, that's a big miss. Hey, yo, Leroy. My dude. Yo, watch out for... this. What I'm going over right now is super important. Let me finish this real quick. I want everybody to understand this. The IMF is meeting, and it's their 4th day, okay? The Japanese currency is crumbling right now. They are a part of the IMF, okay? I think it would be very, very, very silly to not, I guess, keep in mind that they're going to be talking about digital currencies. Okay. Now, whether you believe that this is going to be it or that is going to be it, that's totally hearsay. My personal belief is that it's going to be XRP. Yours might be that it's going to be something else. I don't know. But they're going to be talking about a digital currency. I mean, like, and then also in order to not crash markets, when Fed Chair Powell speaks today, okay, they might, they might go ahead and they might try to telegraph a little bit without fully giving us like the whole scoop, but they might try to telegraph enough where we don't crash the market by people freaking the hell out. But yeah, so today was that was really important. That Fed Chair Powell speaking, and the IMF meetings are going on. And keep in mind, the IMF meetings only happen twice a year. Other than that, how are you this morning, Leroy? These, by the way, they're not that bad of misses. Ooh, okay. Look at that power. And like I said, things get really interesting right around that level. 43, 350-ish. It doesn't have to be exact. I mean, like, as long as it's like really close. Preach. Preach, 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 preach. I feel that. I feel that, dude. Now, all we can ask for, other than that, don't give me reasons to pat myself on the back. Do you want to see? I don't know if I showed you this. Hold on a second. So I DCA'd yesterday. I sold things that like a responsible adult would have never sold what I sold yesterday to drop more into MULN. And then it just exploded in after hours. It was beautiful. I want to spread this out so you can see what I'm talking about, because we only have 9 minutes to open. So I DCA'd in here a little bit, right? And then I DCA'd again in here because I was like, okay, they got to be done. Okay. But wait, where the hell did it go? I had a trend. That's screwed up. I had a red trend line that was almost. Oh wait, I'm hiding it. Ha. Okay. Look. All right. So I had just a previous line. I was like, if it gets that below that line, I've seen it move violently. I have to buy it. So I sniped options literally right here, dude. I sniped ones, or excuse me, 150s, which I'm now already in the money on, and I'm gonna have to end up rolling at some point. I sniped 150s, I sniped twos, and I think I even sniped like one or two fives, like just as like a lotto. But I got them for so cheap. I kind of wish I skipped getting the 1.5s just because I didn't know that it was gonna explode in after hours. But yeah, I mean right now it's already at 7 million in volume, and like we're about to open, so things are gonna get hairy on this, I think. Like that, what I just showed you is why TA is so important. I would have never known that level if I did not know TA. I mean, that's just facts. All right, see this level right here where my mouse is? See how that topped out right there? And now we're facing resistance right here. It's getting support. VWAP's at that level. That actually might end up being a decent level to look out for. I'm gonna put a horizontal right on top. See how that's kind of, it barcoded underneath it. Now it's above it, barcoded. Now it's kind of wrapping around it. That might end up being a key level. I urge you to do that ASAP. Like during MOASS, you're gonna like. That's how I plan to get out, is by using TA. And I can't say like, oh, I'm out of this position, I'm out of that position, because I'm going to be scaling. I'm not going to just do it all at once. I feel like I just feel like that would be a bad idea. Okay. But anyways, I would learn ASAP. I know that you audio listen. I actually asked you a question yesterday, and I don't know if you like weren't watching. Because you audio listen, and I think I have like one other audio listener. Is there anything that I don't do that you would like me to do more often for audio listeners? That's my question to you. Strong candle from Netflix. Okay. All right. I'll try to keep calling them out more. Sometimes I do lag a little bit on that. I will try to keep doing that. I'm happy that you are satisfied. And if there's ever anything, maybe an if this then that. So I could give hypotheticals. I can't give exacts just because I haven't like I'm thinking about going for my Series 65, which would make me technically a financial advisor, but I do not have that yet, so I can't do that. So yeah, and if you if say that you hop out and then you come back in, just ask me if you missed anything crazy, like within like however many minutes. You know what I mean? And then I could kind of give you like a little bit of a like a rewind. Um, if I do my Series 65, then I could technically take on clients, and then it would be so I'm not yet, but that might be a goal of mine because I just feel like I've educated myself to the point where it's like, how hard can the test really be if I already know most of like I've been calling out things that economists are now saying on TV for like months. So like I feel like yeah, there's like some plumbing things I might have to go over and stuff like that, but like I can't be missing too much. And then if you want to go the extra mile for me, Leroy, you could share my what's it called? You'd share my stuff if you don't like if you really want to. I just like I got a bot attack the other day about MULN, and look how much it ran since I got the bot attack. I think you were in here for the bot attack. Everybody was just in here smack talking MULN, and then the next day they were smack talking AMC. So I'm wondering if AMC has a lit day today. Like if it's barcoded right now and open. Oh wait, we're about to open. Jeez. 148. I want to pull up MULN real quick, just because of the amount of volume it's been getting. 30 seconds to open. Yeah, hell yeah. Hell yeah. Watch out on CEI, bro. I know you're heavy on CEI. There's 25 million shares that I can't account for. Okay? There's 25 million shares that I cannot account for. They're doing a 1-to-1 share dilution with Viking Energy, which is who I have right here. That's an OTC stock. But they filed something yesterday with the SEC saying that they have to hold on to 500 million shares. Just a heads up. Nah, that's not good enough. I'm not going to go for that. Nope. We're chilling. At least I'm chilling. So like, you might want to dig in the like the SEC filings, like dig into Viking Energy, who they're acquiring, and usually the acquiring company, so CEI, like usually they would go down. Okay, all right, yeah. We'll talk about it then. I'll talk to you in a bit. All right, so they're getting slapped out of the gate, and I'm seeing a sharp comeback. Netflix is coming up as well, and I do have calls on them, so I'm paying attention to that. IWM's at 204. Watch 205. It has hung out there in the past. SPY is just under 449, which is pretty bullish. We are over my my key level here on Bitcoin, so I like that. And then 3100 is a key level on ETH, and we are over that as well. Things are looking good at open right now. I don't want to jinx it. This is moving. I just want to see what the hell's going on. please freaking go. If you guys aren't in this, I'm sorry that I have to have it on my screen right this second. I just sunk a decent amount of money into lotto calls, and if they pay out, they're gonna print paychecks. Come on, let's go. Just push. Red green move. Come on. I feel like a midwife sitting here. 1 second. I gotta let the dog out already. Alright, what am I doing? Let's see. Come on. Move your butt. Come on, let's go. Bitcoin at SPY's already at 449. It's ripping. $450 is obviously going to be a key psychological level. We're coming up on 43 Bitcoin. We're just getting a little bit of resistance here for the red-green move, and that's typical because look at the RSI. It's a technical break. AMC and GME are both up. Cooled down a little bit on the RSI and Netflix. I wonder if Tesla's at right now. That's gonna be volatile as all hell today. Big moves, especially in the there's gonna be big moves in probably both derivatives markets for probably both Netflix and Tesla. Teslas are more expensive just because of the share price, but both have the capability of moving very fast and very quickly. 152 on GameStop. It's up 2% on the day. This is trying to go up into the make a red green move even though it's already overbought. That's extremely bullish in my opinion. AMC is also up 2%. BBIG is close to 2% up. What are you doing? What are you doing? And so Netflix is coming down a little bit, cooling that RSI. MULN is at 159, 160. So it's 13% up. We're off our highs from pre-market, but just remember where we were yesterday, because that hurt. AMC is up 2.5%. 1777. CEI is down on the day, 3%. And I mean, realistically, that's 3 cents. So take that as you will. Basically, it could turn around very quickly. All right, so we came down to the pivot point on Netflix. Let's see if we get a surge back. Elon said something very alarming yesterday. Well, alarming to some, less alarming to others. He said that he believes that the current inflation rate reports are very, very understated. Saying that like between like supply constraints and like the cost of goods and everything, he said that that the reports are undershooting inflation very substantially. I think that is okay. GME just hit 153, by the way, and we're coming up to 18 on AMC. But I think that is very, very, very important, especially when it comes to pricing the stock market. Okay, within like, all right, so like we have had the idea that inflation is higher than reports. Okay, but when someone like Elon Musk comes out and says that, people start to take notice. Also, the IMF is, as you guys I'm sure have obtained from my earlier footage, the IMF is meeting. So what better time for him to say that than when the World Bank is meeting and they only meet twice a year? I mean, I think that between that and the Twitter move, he's trying to like kind of like signal to wake the F up. Because what is going on right now is not working. And that's not even meant to be political. That's just like meant to be like from an economic standpoint. It's not feasible. 1780 on AMC, 150, 157 on GME. BBIG is at 243. MULN is at 155. Come on, pop, 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 pop. I'm just waiting for Netflix to pop up over that pivot with some strength and not be overbought. BBIG is it's only 2 cents up. The way they have been moving MULN down, telling you guys right now, and the way they've been moving BBIG down, and I haven't even checked the options chain yet, so I could be wrong about it this time, okay? But just from like the past 2 times that they've gone down heavy, it was because somebody had gone into the options. What up, Leroy? So somebody has gone into the options on MULN and BBIG the last 2 times that they were down heavy and bought deep in the money, like short-term expiring puts, which put extreme downward negative gamma pressure on the stock. And because most retail don't understand options, like option Greeks, like they're scattered throughout the chain. That does us nothing. Like we need to. I can't say that because I'm not a financial advisor. Just learn your option Greeks, people, please. Like it affects all of us. The ones with the most gamma are gonna probably be the most dangerous, like the highest risk, highest reward type situations. But that's what's gonna give us the leverage that we need in order to like make something burst. Thank you very much for that. I'm doing great. I sniped the crap out of MULN yesterday at the bottom and it exploded in after hours. Musk says some sweet stuff during the Tesla during the Tesla earnings, so I'm amped about that for MULN. And then AMC and GME are up. I really can't. Here, let's see if they're doing it already. Hold on a second. Okay, so those are the. Okay, so well, the volume wasn't working for me yesterday. Here's the puts right now on MULN. Here are the calls. So right now we're good. Right now that's not how they're pushing it down. Right now they're probably shorting it. And I'm so sorry that I have to keep Netflix up right this second. It's just like I have like really high dollar options, and I have a good amount of them. And if it starts to roll, and say that it starts to like make an attempt at like a gap fill, even if it does like a dead cat bounce and it does like a half a gap fill, like I could capitalize big for like very little risk. On which one? We'll see $30 on next week on which one? Are you talking? If you're talking about MULN, I hope so because I DCA'd the crap out of yesterday. Like I did irresponsible things yesterday in order to buy like the MULN in order to buy MULN like shares. Like I sold things I shouldn't have sold in order to get in deeper on MULN at the price. Oh, AMC. I hope, dude. Like, all right. Let me pull this up because that's going down anyway. Hold on a second. If this starts to go, right? Look back at June 2nd. Okay. It could happen in a day. If it goes. Now that would require it going. Now, I believe it was, I don't know if it was Fintel. And I know Fintel isn't really the best source, but I'm still gonna, I'm still gonna tell you what I read. My friend posted that AMC and GME were actually both, I believe, in like the top 5 as far as gamma squeezes go, as of yesterday after the market closed. MULN was also there, so that made me very excited. As you guys know, I draw the speculation lines on trajectory. Ignore that. I gotta let my dog in super quick. 1 second. Sorry, I had to switch dogs there for a second. Switching the pups. But see, this has been. See how tight the price action is? That's barcoding, dude. Like when something like AMC is barcoding, that gets my spidey senses tingling. Hold on a second. My friend's asking me a question about TA, about crypto TA. 1 second. Also, give me 1 second. I just got to text him a picture of my my Bitcoin chart. He's not that great at TA. Not saying that I'm great at TA, but Okay, sorry about that. But notice the sell-off right there, right? That might be a little bit of weak. That might show some weakness in some equities. Oh, see, look at, all right. Yo, Leroy, this is what I want you to look at, dude. Okay, so Viking is going to be a part of CEI. CEI it has entered into a definitive agreement with Viking Energy. Okay, it's a 1-to-1 share merger. Okay, so that means that this price is going to eventually have to be the same as CEI. Now, whether that's up or in the middle, I don't know, but chances are this is going to go up, and who knows what the hell is going to happen with this. So that's why I left half my position there, and I moved half over to Viking. Now, Viking is an OTC stock, though. So you do have to pay $5 in order to go ahead and make like one transaction. So that's why I just did like one bulk transaction. Yeah. This is oversold, and this looks like this wants to spin. This might be the bottom. I'm not sure, and it's at a key level of 150. This might be them looking for, like, I guess, supply. Yeah. So like as you know, just from being a sub, like I am all about the percentages, and I don't care. Like the price tag doesn't mean anything to me. As screwed up as that is. I'm more concerned about the percentage gains. Like whether it's a penny stock, whether it's like a $3 stock, a $5 stock, or like $100 stock. It's all about how much the percentage has moved in a day. And I made the change when this was at like 105, and that was at like 80. It was like it's kind of like around the price that it's at now. So like I got a little bit better of a price, but I mean still there is a difference there in price. Look at this. Look how oversold this is. It's still up 8%. Oh, this is great. Hold on a second. I want to do something right here. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. Come on. I'm trying to roll stuff. My dog's at the door, hitting it. I gotta like deal with that, but I gotta roll this real quick first. Come on. Sell it for, come on, do profit. I'm not selling it for like less than what I like deserve on it. That'd be stupid. I feel like a lot of people do that. I feel like a lot of people just give into the market maker, or like, all right, so look, Vikings up now 6% instead of 3%. See, like little tiny little movements will go ahead and make the percentage change. Come on, come on, come on, come on, come on. All right, it's gonna fill right here, I bet. These are, yeah. I'm trying to roll my 1.5s realistically, like just to be straight with you guys. That's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying to roll 2.5s or 1.5s, excuse me. I should have rolled them earlier. I didn't. It was just on a negative like trajectory. I kind of want to sell them real quick though before a rip, and I feel like it's getting some support right here off this line. It might come down even further, but if it comes out further, then I'm not going to sell them. But if it's going to start to move up off of this low, because it's very oversold right now, then that's when I'm going to go ahead and I'm going to want to roll up to $2 for what's it called? like for like the volatility aspect of it. Because like when you're in the money, it's basically like it's almost like a 1-to-1. Like you lose like some like Greek advantage. Come on, just go. Come on. Sorry, I don't have chat up, by the way. I'm staring at this thing. My poor dog is like beating at the door. I feel so bad, but someone's gotta like support that, like the house. Jeez. 20 on the RSI. All right, so that's a doji candle. That tends to show indecision. Give me some strength here. Come on. I think that would be a morning. If this finishes green, that'd be a morning star, which would be a technical buy-in indicator. That's not me saying that. That's like literally out of a book. But red and then green doji and then a green candle. If it finishes like this, it would have to fill up a little bit more. So like say that I were to finish just like that, or say that it gets up to here, preferably, that would be a morning star, which is a technical buy-in indicator. That I like say that I would use for like trading futures. Okay, so that's a morning star. And then if we get a third one here, then that would be 3 little soldiers technically, which would have day traders probably all over this. I would think. I would think, but again, I'm not the all-knowing. I have no idea more than you do. Unless you have no idea about technicals, then I might know a little bit more. But that's that's about it. 25 on the RSI, so it came up 5, but I mean it's still low. Showing indecision. My poor dog. It's warm outside though, so he's just being needy. Hey Lucky, calm down, bub. Okay, this is showing some indecision. Let's see. Oh no, I'm sorry, that candle, that's a new candle. Interesting. All right, so let's see what happens here. Did they buy puts? They bought more in the money puts. See, this is what I'm talking about, guys. They just bought. Somebody bought 3,000. Since I showed you, Leroy, somebody bought 3,000 in the money puts at $3. That's deep in the money. That is deep in the. That could be them hedging though for $3, starting to hedge for like a higher price tag. If you think about it as well, so that's actually interesting. That RSI is coming up to 29. Guys, I'm sorry for yelling. Just hold on one second. Lucky, 1 second, Bob. I apologize, guys. I didn't want to. I'd at least give you a warning before I blew your eardrums out. Phil, you son of a gun. Powell speed. I'm gonna look and see what time Powell speaks because I'm gonna try. I might stream that. Come on, you son of a gun. I just want to be able to roll these already. Looks like it's trying to find a bottom now. It's way oversold. That MACD's starting to turn around. It's all right. So that signals through. All right, let's see. We might get a fill here. Let's see. Oh, come on. Give me another candle. So these are just indecision candles. That's indecision, that's indecision, that's indecision. That's strength. Now, if we get another one, then that's a technical indicator as well. But it looks good though because of the way the RSI. Well, now the RSI is going to twist it a little bit down, but it is curling up. MACD is curling up as well. Oh, what's up here? We need to push up. We have 20 seconds to get a big push up. Big push up, big push up, big push up. I'm like a midwife sitting here saying that. Jesus. All the time. Okay, that's not great. All right, I'm gonna let the dog in real quick. This might eat this candle though, just saying. Yeah, this might eat this candle. They would call that an engulfing candle if it does. IWM is at 203.40. VIX is below 20. I like that. SPY's at 449.5. I like that. Qs are up today, 346. Bitcoin is at, it's below that key level, but it's still at 42.7. So it's just below, it's like 50 bucks lower than that key level that I have marked out. GME slightly green, AMC slightly green, 25 cents up, BBIG slightly green. Things might get negative here going into Bite. Yeah, he's speaking, and then Powell speaking. So just be prepared for that. Even though everything looks like as good as gold right now, like they have shown volatility in the past when they've spoken. Like both of them. I'm not picking on either one. That is okay. Hold on a second. We might get some strength here. I kind of like the way that these candles are going. It really looks like this is trying to find its floor. CEI is at $1. But see what I mean about like price, Leroy? It's like Viking is literally 192 up, and CEI is 191 down percentage wise. It's to me, it was kind of a layup. That's why I just moved half my funds just because I didn't know how. I didn't know if it like I don't know. I wanted to take advantage of it, but I didn't want to overdo it because I had a pretty large position. All right, so we got 3 green candles, even though they're not that strong right there, which is a technical. That's 3 little soldiers. This one is showing a little bit more strength. Hold on 1 second. I'm gonna try to listen to Biden. Oh, you know what? He's talking about something that I don't even want to discuss. It might help defense stocks. But he's talking about Ukraine. I think that's how it was scheduled. $149.50 on GameStop, $17.55 on AMC, $240 on BBIG, $150 on MULN. Buck on CEI. WM is just above 203. SPY's at 449 now, so that lost 40 cents since the last time I reported it. TLT is down on the day. It's kind of where it was at yesterday. Qs are up to 346. They were down yesterday. And we are still at just under 42.7 on Bitcoin. ETH is at 31.50 right now, though. Oh man, feels good when you like crack your back glow stick. I don't know if any of y'all got some back problems, but I got hit by a forklift a long time ago at work, and now it's just like when I crack my back, sometimes it's just like I unleash so much tension in my nerves. $800 million to Ukraine. Oh boy. Okay. Let me pull up futures. Oh, I can't do it on that screen. Crap. Okay. All right. We could just monitor it by looking at Bitcoin. I bet. So he just said it was projected already though, so it should be baked in partially. Come on, MULN. Just do something. It's looking for that strength. 42 on the RSI, so it is oversold. Well, towards the oversold side. We are at 47 million in volume already, though. 47.5. Like that's crazy. This might be acting as a supply level right here, to be quite honest with you. Just because we are doing a good amount of volume right here. And I do have it as previous resistance. I have resistance support, yeah. 13, or it's in between 13 to 24. Sure, it's just a win, dogs. No big deal, Lucky. Okay, I know I'm going from the candle here, and I usually don't do that. Projection lines. Speculation lines. Trend lines. I don't know what the hell you want to call them. 150 on GameStop, 1762 on AMC, 241 on BBIG, 150 on MULN, a buck on CEI still. Prog's at 102.5. Netflix is still slumped. You guys probably aren't even playing. I don't know if you guys are even playing Netflix or not, but I'm still gonna call it out just by habit. Qs are down to the 345 range, and Bitcoin is down to 42.6. Oh, I hate when he talks. But strengthen this while he's talking. That's interesting. That's very interesting, actually. Let's see how that. Okay, so Doji. All right, so that just showed indecision as a 24. We might get a red candle here. I think we pick up on the support, and I think we go. But it's starting to, it's almost like a barcode right there. See it just moving back and forth, and it's such like a super, super tight range. I think it pops to the upside though. And what I mean by that is it's like super fast movements, not like gradual things. It's just like pop, 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 pop. That just, it's just instantaneous. All right, now we are in between the 24 and the VWAP and the 48 are pretty much kissing. Come on. 1754 on AMC, 148. We're 7 cents down on GameStop. Not that big of a deal. Buck on CEI, she's chilling. We're almost at 50 million in volume on MULN. And the MACD is curling up still, which I find very, very promising. So he just announced that they're going to offer special grants to Ukrainians. Meanwhile, U.S. citizens are struggling. I'm all about humanitarian support. I'm all about helping, but we're not in a position to help right now. Our middle class literally got hammered. I know, because I was in the middle class, but I don't want, I refuse to be in the lower class. So I taught myself finance, and I'm doing okay. But like the middle class as a whole got hammered. And I don't want to be political, but I'm just saying that it got hammered. So I think that we should really focus on ourselves, rather than paying, I paid $4.12 yesterday for gas. A year ago or 2 years ago, I would have paid $2 for it. And then they want to talk about, wait, we might get a fill here. We just got a little rip. Then he wants to talk about like, oh, there's all these like unopened taps and stuff, or there's all these taps and we're just not using them. The reason why we're not actually using them, which that they don't tell you, is that they're not issuing like they're not authorizing permission to use them. They're there. They're not lying about that, but they're cherry picking the information about the fact that they don't have availability to use them yet. It's like, well, how can they pump gas and oil and stuff if you guys aren't giving them permission to pump? And then on top of that, he shut down the Keystone XL, which even some Democrats object to. So he shut that down. So even if they do pump, they have there's no way to transport it. There's a way, but it's just a hell of a lot more cost effective. And EVs. No. I'm all about EVs, bro. That's why I'm as deep as I am in MULN and like the battery and stuff. But like that, this is phasing out phasing out green like those gases is going to be like fossil fuels and stuff is going to be like a 20-year process. Think about how many cars that you see. And I know like because now like we're getting older, so like now it's like a car that like you're used to. But like think about like an older car that you see on the road that's like almost 20 years old. I can think about a lot of them, right? So that's going to get phased out. It's going to take a long time to phase that out. I agree with you 100%. My favorite charger, well, everybody's owned by like the Rothschilds, but that's a totally different issue. So I agree with you, but yeah. My favorite vehicle charging is EVgo. They have the most partnerships that I'm aware of with like major manufacturers, including MULN, by the way, and Tesla and GM and Kia. I mean, they have multiple, and they're fast chargers too, and it's actually the largest network, and they have a high short interest. So just throwing that out there. But that's what I'm saying. I have a good amount. I'm stat. I don't have any calls on it. Like I'm not. That's one where I will literally let it just sit there, and then I'll buy calls or something if I see it start to go. It's not one that I'm constantly monitoring like I am with like these ones down here. I feel like once these ones like I feel like once some get like make it down here, these are like the ones that I constantly like look at like a hawk. And then the other ones are just kind of like me scrolling and just checking out and making sure that nothing's like crazy. But like I already have shares in EVgo. I also really like Arrival. I don't know if you've heard of them. ARVL. 2 days ago, or no, sorry, it would be 4 days ago now at this point. They had the highest short volume out of any company traded, and they were brought to market by BlackRock. They are a hydrogen bus company, which it's gonna be that's green, and it would help with the infrastructure as well, public transport. So that's one to watch out for too. I don't know what's trading at. It was like $3 ish before. I don't know what's at right this second. I just want to keep an eye on. BBIG is now red. AMC is kind of fighting for its life, up 10 cents, and GME is slightly red. It sounds like he's done talking, so the market might change now. It tends to do that when he talks. Again, not being political, I'm just stating stats and past history events. I like this setup here. I'm not gonna lie. It does need to cross that MACD. Might need to come down and wrap. But I don't know what you want, baby. You are just outside. What's going on with Netflix? Can I Netflix and chill today? Or am I gonna like Netflix and heat today? Let's see. All right, Doji candle that shows indecision. Well, if it makes a boom right where my intersection is, all I'm saying is like technicals really, really matter. If anybody ever tells you that they don't, please just like, I don't know. If you guys don't know technicals, I might sound like a douche for saying this. I don't know if I'm allowed to say that on YouTube, but I did anyway. If you like, I might sound like a douche, but like, if they say technicals don't matter, now technicals will not matter in a full squeeze. I will say that. Like some technicals, just like they will be less relevant, but still there. However, technicals are probably the most important thing to know. I hope not, Bill. Don't do that. Well, you know me though. Like I'm to the point, bro, where like I'm okay. Like if I make an options trade, I'm okay with it going to zero. I give no Fs. I know you're telling me there's more money. There is more money in it for them to buy. I know you did. There's more money in it for them to buy calls though. And retail's always late to the game. We're always like typically we're always going to be late, right? So basically what I'm thinking is they're waiting for retail to buy puts, right? And then there's more money on the way up. And then I mean that's just the way I see it. Because Netflix had a beat of, let's say, 64 cents, okay? So they had a beat of 64 cents on the earnings. They lost 200,000 subscribers, but they also pulled out of Russia, which a lot of businesses did do. So that should have been baked in, okay? The market cap loss that they took, and then people are also saying that like they lost like a crap ton of money. The only money that they lost was from a share buyback, which is bullish. So I think that it's an overreaction. I think that we get a dead cat bounce at some point. Yeah, but they're also switching models. Did you read that part? Because they're switching business models where there's going to be a cheaper program that offers advertisement, that offers advertisement in exchange for the platform, kind of like Hulu, right? And then there's going to be a more expensive one, which I hope it stays the same price, but with inflation, who knows? There's going to be a more expensive one with no ads. So by switching models, they might not lose the subscribers that you're thinking that they might lose, or that are projected to lose. Like if they were to drop the price tag right now, say that they were to slash the price tag by 50%, but they included ads, you know how many subscribers they probably get? Probably a lot. And they'd get ad revenue. And then once this BS is over in in Russia, then they're going to get those people back too. I mean, I'm almost thinking like they're trying to wait and time the bottom, and then I might buy the stock. No, nobody wants exactly. So wouldn't you pay more for a premium service? But you're more incentivized. If this finishes green, that's a morning star again. If off of a hammer candle, it's not. I'm sorry, it's not a morning star. It's a hammer candle, and then we'd be swinging up. That'd be a typical trend reversal. If you have an option for something that's cheaper, that has ads, and then one that doesn't have ads but it's more expensive, you'll say, oh, well, hell, like either I have the money and I want to buy the one with no ads, or I don't have the money and I buy the one with ads. But at least it gives you a chance. And I think that they were overvalued right here. That's what I believe that they were overvalued at. I think a fair valuation for them would be like around right now with all this BS, probably about 300. In my like if I were to guess, I would say fair valuation would be 300. Now, if they start turning ad revenue, yes, you say that, right? But I disagree with you. And then if they crack down on password sharing, that might have an impact. I mean, see, they all. Oh, Vikings at 80 cents, by the way. And CEI's at 101. But they what's it called? They how am I trying to say? So they have the potential to go back into Russia and get those subs back. They have the new model that they might be adopting, which will then bring in ad revenue on top of that. Yeah. All right. So if they crack down on sharing, why would more people cancel? More people would have to buy if they wanted it. And if they couldn't afford it, right, there's the cheaper option that offers ads. And then the cheaper version is going to bring in an ad revenue for them. I don't. I'll be honest, I don't. But no, I know, I agree. I know that people do. I'm just like, I was just making a joke, like I don't. But like nobody wants ads, like you said. You're right. A lot of people do. Nobody wants ads. So chances are they're going to see the option for ads and then be willing to pay for like a higher price tag for the premium with no ads. And I think that will cover any kind of losses that they're projecting. But the only loss, again, like that people are talking about that's being misrepresented is the share buyback. And yes, the loss of subscribers, yes, but you have to attribute the Ukraine for that, like I said. So, like, I see it as a strong rebound. It might find its bottom at some point, but I might get some straight shares to hold on to, long term. I mean, think about it. They're literally they're like winning awards with like shows and movies that they're producing. You have to think about that too. So like that adds to the enterprise value. All I need is a dead cat bounce. I don't need a full gap fill. I just need a dead cat bounce. And my cheap options will rake for me. Look at Bitcoin, right? This not a good level after the growth that it was just at. It diving like that. That's them scalping to pad their margins. I'm telling, like, it's almost expected at this point. However, at that level that I showed you before, let me get it up. This looks like more of a bull flag than a head and shoulders, just because of how low that is. At 43,350, things could get very interesting for Bitcoin. TLT is down. What's SPY at? SPY at 448, so it's down from where it was. I have to let my dog out again. Holy crap. 147.93 on GME. This might come down for a double bottom, just the way it looks. I'm not sure if it's going to or not, but could double bottom right there actually off that, but might come down to there. Either way, I don't think that we sink below this line just because of the strength that we saw yesterday. 1 second, guys. Every 3 minutes. Let's see. 3 green candles. Okay, are we finding our bottom or no? I want to see this confirm. We would need a nice push to confirm. It is really close to the MACD. 45 on the RSI. 147.88 on GameStop. 1750 on AMC. Under 240 on BBIG, slightly. CEI is pretty much at $1. Viking, which is, they have a 1-to-1 agreement with CEI, is at 80 cents. So that's a 20% swing. Something to consider. Not financial advice, just something to consider because of percentages. Like, it would be in their best interest to make this go to the bottom and then run it tonight after they buy calls. If they wanted to make the most amount of money, that's probably what they would do. And then they'd burn all the retail traders that don't know they're Greeks and swing overnight. I might YOLO it overnight too, but I might do it in the opposite direction, just because I know how like vicious that can move, and it would be cheap as hell to get into. I might consider a straddle on Riot, not positive. Oh, look at IoT. Oh, I love this company. Really, really like this company, guys. IoT, Samsara. Like for like a long hold. I really like that company too, LIDR. Elon Musk said something about AI yesterday in the conference call. He said that like AI is a problem because it can't pick, it's not like pretty much active. Like he said, like it has to take in like other things. But LIDAR, aka AI Inc., it's the only active AI in the world. The other companies like C3 AI or Palantir, they're called static AI. So there's something to keep in mind. Oh, look at Apple. Okay, so that's probably keeping the market up. We're looking really strong here on MULN. All right, if this hits, no, actually, it's got a little ways to go. Never mind. I'm sorry about that. Never mind. Nvidia. I'm just going through my list here, make sure that there's no big movers. ATR starting to move. Well, it's been moving, I guess. Tesla's up almost 10%. What the hell just happened? Oh man, I need a push here. We need to get over the MACD. We're at the 48 right now on MULN. Could be explosive over that. SPY's almost at 449. It's climbing. TLT is still chilling in the 120s. At 120 flat. We are climbing back on Bitcoin. So if we're climbing back on Bitcoin, theoretically, it looks like we're climbing back on Bitcoin. So theoretically, SPY should follow if it follows history for us. AMC and BBIG are both green again. GameStop is slightly down, like minuscule. It's down 30 cents. It's a $150 stock. Give me a pop. Give me a pop. I need a pop so I could roll. CEI just under $1. Come on. Push, 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 push. We are on a bull flag as well. So like it could just break out. I love it when TA just comes together like this, where it's literally on a bull flag. AMC slightly up, GME slightly down. BBIG is flat. CEI is down to 98 cents. Don't be surprised if we do see a slight drop in CEI and they meet in the middle, just because they're staying 20 cents apart. We might see a 10-cent change in each. Just keeping it out there as a possibility, so you guys aren't surprised if it does happen. I hope it doesn't happen. I hope that Viking goes right up to it, but I'm also a realist. We are pushing 449 on SPY. Qs are 345 and a half-ish, 345.30. Bitcoin slowly climbing. Ever so slowly. ETH is above 3150. Come on, MULN. Let's go. It might come down here for some support and then go, or it might just go. I don't think it goes below this line, though, right here. I'm actually going to draw a line. I know it's really, really close to other lines, guys, but it's range bound in between here. See, it's just range bound. I feel like that kind of stuff's important to have. Especially around 150, like that's just a key psychological level. BBIG slightly green, AMC slightly green, GME is slightly red. No big deal. We're down two cents on CEI. Come on, pop. This is just barcoding action. What are the options like? Open interest. Oh, these are the call. That's the puts. I mean, there's a lot more calls than there are puts. So, in my eyes, that's got to be shorts. Or people selling the rip from yesterday, but I mean, I doubt it because of all the catalysts. I mean, I can't guarantee that, you know. I don't think anyone could, especially not with T+2 settlement day, reporting days. But why would you sell a company that rips 20% in pre-market or in after hours? Excuse me, off of a different earnings call, not even their own, like off of a different one. And then they have the what's it called? They have the debunking of the Hindenburg report. I mean, they're just There's a lot going on for it for a $1.50 stock. And a lot of FUD being spread in order to keep it $1.50 stock. Doesn't seem logical to me. Like, never in human history that I could recollect has anybody, like a bank, cared about what other people had in their pockets as much as they do now. I mean, yeah, they always cared because, they knew that they were going to go ahead and they were going to get that. But now that crypto is like kind of making people realize that they could go pretty almost unbanked, it's like now the banks care the most because they realize they're like they have pretty much the most to lose. I mean, there's some people that have enough money where they don't care and they let other people handle their handle their portfolios. Hence, Michael Jordan losing $500 million in GameStop. But I mean, crypto just gives people the option to to diversify, to stake, to you literally like it's the whole premise of what's it called? It's almost like the whole premise of holding on to AMC and GME. You literally get rewarded just for holding on in theory. So it just like I have stuff staked and I earn XRP, I earn Polygon, I earn Cardano, I earn whatever just for having it. Okay. And then when crypto adoption rolls in, which I feel like will be very soon, I will benefit from that. But guess what? I'm going to keep holding anyway. Why? Because I think that the prices will keep rising because more and more people will then be interested. It's almost like option premiums. Like, not too many people are in in a specific asset right now, and then later on, a crap ton of people do. Then it's like supply and demand. It's just gonna rise. And if you're in a max supply, or if you're in a deflationary currency, which I prefer, like XRP, for instance, or SafeMoon, which is my like home run shot. That's like my favorite altcoin. Say you're in something like that, then as somebody sells, okay, like or makes a transaction or whatever, you're burning coins. So then it raises the floor on it. Crow has I believe that they're max supply, but one thing about Crow is once they hit max supply, their debit card gives rewards for using them, right? Which in turn raises the floor similar to a deflating currency, which is it's an interesting concept. I do have Crow as well. Okay, dog's at the door. 1 second, guys. We are almost oversold here on MULN. We might reverse. Come on, let's go. I want to see that MACD swing. 146 is the intraday low. We're at 147 right now, so like we're pretty much there. AMC, GME, BBIG, they're all red. So CEI, slightly, like very, 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 very small percentage. What time does Powell speak? Hold on 1 second. Powell speaks at 1. So let's try to remember that. I will try to stream it for you guys. Literally, that man can change the entire market sentiment with like one sentence. Like it could go, like he could say something like about like rate hikes, and the market could, like it could, like a lot of like liquidity could be taken out of the market, or put into banks, something like that. Or he could say digital currency, and like the SPY would go insane, and then like the grayscale trusts and stuff like that would go through the roof. Some liquidity might be taken out to play straight stock or straight crypto. But like there's like I forget, I don't even know the ticker on it because I never play it, but there's a Bitcoin like futures ETF. Like I'm sure money would go there. I mean, I just prefer playing it straight. And if I'm gonna play futures, I'd rather just play futures on crypto. I don't want to play it through the stock market, which we know is corrupt. And then on top of that, then play it. Like I'd rather just play it directly. Now I will say I do have some of this. There's an OTC stock right now, WONDF. Okay, that is Mr. Wonderful's. So Kevin O'Leary or whatever from Shark Tank. He has an ETF for decentralized finance cryptocurrencies. So no matter basically which one comes out on top, they'll acquire it pretty much. And I have my belief in SafeMoon, but say I miss one, right? I have exposure to like that like just decentralized finance as a whole through that ETF. And it's only $1 right now. I actually bought it at 97 cents, I think. It's $1.02 right now. It's down on the day, but I believe I bought it for like 97 cents. But because it's OTC, again, I had to buy in bulk because it costs $5 in order to make that transaction. And you can only buy it if you have like a more professional type brokerage, like an E-Trade or Fidelity or something like that. If you have if you're like literally trading on Webull, I just use Webull for charting. But if you're trading on Webull or like Robinhood, please, or something else, chances are you're limited on derivatives and OTCs. Like you probably wouldn't be able to buy warrants. I don't think on I know on Robinhood you can't buy warrants. I don't think that you could buy warrants on Webull either. I don't know about that new one, Moo. The only thing that turned me off about that. Sorry about the dogs playing. The only thing that turned me off about that Moo thing was I saw an ad that was written in Chinese, and we're in a trade war with China. So I don't want my money to be controlled by them, or they're literally hurting their own businesses. Like Alibaba, if it was in the U.S., if it was a U.S.-based company, it would be such a strong buy, in my opinion, right now. It'd be so undervalued. And they shut down the IPO of Ant Group, right? Like, that's literally biting your nose to spite your face. I don't want them to have my, control of what I can trade and what I can't trade. That's just me. Also, just so you guys know, I don't know if you guys know this or not, but the Metaverse code, yes, I have read the Metaverse code. It's learn.m, I think it's mvs.org. You could actually go over to their GitHub and go through their code. There are notes in Chinese. Yeah, so Bill just shared his link to that Moo thing that I'm talking about. I personally am not going to use it, just because I read the thing in Chinese. I read the article in Chinese, and I don't want them to have access to my funds. I don't want them to control what I trade and what I can't trade. Just because, like, I don't know, just because of like the Alibaba story that I was just talking about, like that's self-sabotage. Imagine what they would do with our money. Like, they don't care. So Twitter just dropped 1.3% because that was up a percentage. SST is killing me, yo. And I don't know why either, because let me just click on it actually. Like, they have so many FTDs they have to buy back. Could be double bottom though. It's light volume. I mean, I might just be trying to be an optimist, trying to look at the best of the situation. $148 on MULN right this second. Alright, here comes a boom. Here it comes. IWM is red now. Don't like that. SPY is slipping. TLT is dropping as well. I want to note that it's under 120. It's at 119.5. Qs are slipping as well. Bitcoin is at 42,450. ETH hasn't slipped that much. ETH is at 31.44. A few dollars on ETH. I think we see some reversion. Again, I don't want to be political, but trading sometimes requires it. The left sees how bad the economy is right now, and like what the policies and stuff have done to it. They don't want this taste in our mouths for the next election. They don't. That's being real. And it, like, I have Democratic social stances and Republican economic stances. So like I'm basically independent. I don't know if I'm independent. I'm in the middle. Like, I believe in, like, some things are just wrong, and then some things, like, you have to like think about, like, where is the money coming from. In my opinion, that's just the way I think. So like I can see it from both points of view. I just see the left coming up on an election. They don't want turmoil in the economy, because if there's turmoil, they're probably going to lose their seats. I mean, that just makes sense. Like, yeah, they got rich during the off year with no election, right? But they might try to tighten inflation now and further screw the little guy, but make it a little bit less of screwing the little guy. Little do they know that people that have banded together to teach each other about finance And they probably ruined an entire generation worth of workers and potentially homeowners, because big banks are buying up real estate like crazy, to then rent them out at high prices because of inflation and things like that. And obviously, like that C word ruining a lot of people's credit scores. So nice little volume there on MULN. We're almost at 62 million on MULN. Again, still just minusculely down on BBIG, AMC, and GME. I feel like I'm gonna hold on a second. I just want to make those alphabetical. That was pissing me off. Let's see. All right, 3 green soldiers and going through the 48 right now, I think. With some volume. This looks good. Hopefully this fills so I can roll up. Very, very close to double bottom. Not quite. We're like a penny off, but I mean, it's close enough. Come on. Suck right up to the, okay. CEI filled at 97 cents. I had a good till canceled order because I had extra money in my account. Shot. I thought that was my MOASS call, so I could roll. Come on, baby. Okay, so touched the 48 and then retreated a little bit, but it looks like we're going for another attempt at it. MACD is still spinning up. RSI is at 48, so we got room to run. Definitely got room to run. Let's see. I don't know if you guys saw this, but I'm pretty sure that so Goldman Sachs was like the first company to do options trading on crypto, which, I mean, that right there tells you that their margins must be slim. But I'm pretty sure that I've read that Citadel wants to handle the options trading, like the market making in like for crypto too. I would like somebody to double check me on that, but I'm pretty sure that that's accurate. Like, I'm pretty sure King Griffin said that, as messed up as that is. SPY is slowly coming down. UVXY is going up. Qs are dropping. Bitcoin is fighting at 42.5. That's a very key level. Just psychologically, that's a very key level. ETH is just under 31.50. The barcoding is getting very old, but I just know that we're gonna, like, when it goes, it's gonna rocket. Which should rocket. Like, I can't say it's going to, but I mean, it's just a gamma battle all day long. But the volume today, and after seeing so much strength down here yesterday, I think that people are kind of getting the point, like, oh, okay, it's not a throwaway stock, if that makes sense. I think a lot of people thought it was like a throwaway, and they weren't. They were like discounting it because of the short seller report that was already like debunked if people did their research. But now I think we might get some FOMO if we get a rip here, basically. And then also, I don't know if AMC is doing it now. CEI is down pretty bad right now. CEI is down 97, down 5%. I mean, that's not really that bad. It's 5 cents, but it just seems worse when I say it in percentages. But when AMC starts to barcode, that gets me intriguing, like very, very intrigued. That tells me that their margins are extremely, extremely slim. And not only are they barcoding in CEI, MULN, and BBIG, now you want to go over to AMC and do it? That's a dangerous game. It's a very, very dangerous game. This could also be EMAs trying to get on top of each other. Hold on a second. So here's a 5 minute. No. The 3. 3, it doesn't really make sense either. 10, how much further out? On the 10-minute chart, we might be getting support from the 13 hitting the 24. That'd be the VWAP. So the 13 would be hitting the VWAP on the 10-minute chart. I know that's a very odd time and a lot of people don't use it, but it might be relevant. I'm also going to look at a 30 here, 30-minute chart. 30-minute chart. Okay, so this is, to me, this is a little bit more relevant. 13 is touching 24 on the downside right now. We're about to hit a double bottom, and then the 48's right above them as well. So if we do get a shot up, I mean, we could cross on the 30 to the upside. Now the 200 is still way up, but with the right price action, I mean, we could get a lot of EMA crosses on some good time frames. So this could just be like leveling out to go. And an official double bottom would be this hitting 146, which is a penny lower. So it's not like we're far off that. Again, the other, what I believe to be MOASS stocks, are only down like 1% and change. I mean, like, it's with a little bit of demand, they could go. I just want to see. I really want to see Netflix go crazy, yo. It's really bad. Not even to say I told you so, even though I probably will if it does happen. But just because, like, if it rips, it should, like, rip. Because then people will get behind the change of, like, the change going back towards, like, the old market cap. It just jumped $1 in, like, 30 seconds, 20 seconds. Barcoding still on MULN. Okay. That 48's getting closer. $17.20 on AMC. BBIG's 235. GameStop's 146.69. I believe yesterday when GameStop was at 146.69, we did go upwards though. On I think it was on MULN. Because I remember saying that it was at 146.69. I wonder why that. Yeah, you know, I remember that number, but all right. See, this is All right, 2 green dojis. That's indecision. They don't know what the heck they want to do, but like, say that they push it down, right? They know that there's demand there. So I think that what they're going to do is I think that they would want to load up and go our way. Let's look at, can I trust volume today? All right, so today, 1,704 were traded at 2 for Friday, and 3,273 were traded for 1.5s. And that's calls. Puts, on the other hand, just under 3,000 were traded at 1.5, and that's it. And then, I mean, like, we're talking like just double digits for the others. Open interest, they are a little bit deep in the money, but I think that we well outnumber them in gamma. Push down. Okay, so we did just technically double bottom. Now do we go up? We're at a 37 RSI. AMC looks like it. Is that coming back a little bit? AMC is trying to fight back a little bit. $17.20 on it. It's under a percentage down. Green candle right here. Come on. I want to say big green candle. Come on. Engulf that. Eat it up. Notice the volume spike right there where it went down. That's either a very large like buy on a put in the money, and like the market maker had to hedge for that, or that's a short. Surprise at 447.5. TLT is still 119. It is slightly climbing though. It's at like 119.88. Qs are kind of flat. Bitcoin is above 42.5. ETH is at 31.50 still. Okay, so let's see. We need a green candle here. Come on. Green candle would be a technical buy-in indicator. Again, not me saying it. You know, a book would say the same. I say Morning Star, bullish. But it would have to finish. This has to finish green in order for that to be, be true. Which might have day traders off of a double bottom as well. It might have day traders saying, "Oh crap, okay, now's my time." Shove down. Okay. All right, so we did get a Morning Star, but now we started this next candle red. So hold on a second. Let's see what's up. So you got like it as soon as that candle changed, it's like an order came in that pushed it down. $66 million in volume, and let's see, we are taking a little bit lower than we have. That's the low of the day we're at right now. If it hits this red line again, I'm seriously gonna sell something again and buy more probably. After that red line, like that's an old trend line. My next like horizontal is at 107. Just kind of crazy. So that's why like I would probably load here, and then if it made it, I'd probably buy it all the way down, honestly. GameStop's under 1% down, no big deal. AMC is at 1% down, not a big deal. Okay, this is kind of like a descending wedge. I'll draw it out. It's like a bull flag descending wedge type deal that I have going on. See this? Okay, so that's a bullish signal as well. And we're oversold. We're at 25 on the RSI. I think it's going to pop right here. There's no way in hell they're going to bring it down here again. They saw how quick it got eaten up. No way in hell they bring it below that. If it goes below this, then it might go into a free fall. But I doubt it. Really, really doubt it. $6% down on CEI. But I mean, when we're talking about a dollar stock, it's like literally pennies. So it could just move so rapidly. Bitcoin is above 42.5. Slightly. AMC down 1%, GME down less than 1%, BBIG down 2%. But again, that's a cheap stock. It's 5 cents. Not a big deal. In my opinion, I have to say. Sorry. Okay, so that's actually bullish sentiment that it wicked down to here, closed there. Let's see what this candle ends up doing. Trying to apply more of my futures trading with the candles, because it seems to be working with entries. Okay, so that's indecision, but leaning towards the bull side. That's even more bullish, but a little bit of indecision. Let's see what we get here. We need no wick on top and just like straight strength. Like we need it to close like solid for it to like have no more indecision. Technically, I hate having to say that. I might just get my Series 65 so I don't have to say that. Can somebody message Mike and tell him that he goes on at 1? Either Bill or Greg. Cool. Thanks. All right, I like that candle right there. What's up? What is up? Come on. We need to get follow through. Like it's like showing signs of life, but it's not following through. It's getting shoved at like the last second. It actually might be 11 and 1. Look at the wait here. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, geez. I guess I could see if my order fills. No. 11. Oh, yeah. He is right. Sorry about that. Pre-recorded welcoming remarks. Via set. Okay, so he is speaking twice. I'll what's it called? I will Hold on a second, let me look it up right now and see if I could stream it. I didn't realize. Sorry about that, guys. Where can I find it? Live. But like the main speech is at 1. I know that for a fact. This is just like the this is just like the what's it called? Like the opening. The hell is it live? Okay, we're getting some buy candles here on MULN as well. Videos, it's not playlists, community channels. About the hell? Jerome Powell live today. Streamed 4 weeks ago. Oh wait, where's that? Let's find it. I can't freaking find it. Let me go to Federal Reserve and just go right to their website. What the hell? What's today's date? Today's 4/21. Press conference. Oh, that's from March. Frick. News and events. Let's see that. April. They have nothing on the Federal Reserve website for it. I'm gonna search it live on their website. March 16th. Okay, trying to think here. Forex Factory. Let me try to go right through the event page. No data. Let's see. I think it's just a what's it called? It's a pre-recorded thing. Latest release. It's nothing. It's kind of like a preemptive to what they're going to talk about that will be live. At 1. So it'd be nice to know, but it's not the end of the world. They might actually telegraph like to the markets which way to lean. Like it says that the only live thing is from April 6th, but it's not April 6th. Recent press releases. The most recent press release was April 5th. MULN's looking very, very strong going at the 48, by the way. GME is under 1% down. AMC is like right there. BBIG is under, like, it's at 1% down and change. Publications, maybe? I can't find Jack. It's kind of aggravating. Actually, I'm good at finding this stuff. Wait, this might be helpful. Past conferences, no, this would be active. That's nice candle on MULN. Videos, let's see. March 22nd, that's not cool. Speeches, 321. It's not going to be under press releases. The only, is it under testimony? Like, I don't think it'd be testimony. No, I can't find it, guys. I'm sorry. I'm more of a use to looking at charts. Let's see. This looks very strong. This looks like either an inverse head and shoulders kind of setup or a cup and handle setup. Either way, very bullish. As soon as we crack that 48, we could go. It's gonna have to cross as well, but that would happen pretty much simultaneously. I'm thinking, because I'm thinking that we get a grown-up candle if it does pop that. MULN's coming up to that MACD. Watch out. 53 on the RSI. Literally, somebody, like, and again, not financial advice, somebody could literally drop like $1 million in money calls, and this thing would it would go to Pluto, in my opinion. Like, the gamma pressure would launch it, would shove it right onto the launch pad that it already has built up, and same thing with BBIG, really. And then it'd be stopping that, and then people would profit take, and then it would be stopping other plays. I mean, this whole thing is controlled by people with big pockets, because this could easily, they're wound so tight, you could just tell by the way the price action. If it was leveraged properly, it wouldn't take that much out of like a high net worth individual in order to make it happen. For dinner? Or lunch? Or what are we talking? Risen. Lunch? I mean, it's been a minute since I actually had some what's it called? I made myself some nice pasta last night with some shrimp. Maybe I'd probably go with like a wonton soup and like maybe some General Tso's chicken, or maybe chicken and broccoli. Yeah, I see. Well, I vote Chinese as well. I can't give financial advice, but I can give hunger advice. Come on. This wants to go so bad. It's bouncing in between. It's now on top of the 24 and the 13, in between the 48. It's such a tight range. Is that a half of a penny? Like, I don't even want to like be close to that, essentially. Because like if I do become like if I do get like my Series 65, I might just do it just to like not even take on clients. Like I might just do it so then like I don't have to worry anymore about like what I say. But if I do that, then like it takes my worries away. But until then, I don't even want to like tiptoe in that water of what could be said and what can't be said. It's just not worth it for me. Oh, come on, MULN. Just barcoding. You're right, dude, about barcoding. It's so aggravating. Push, 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 push. I should be a chef now. They don't make enough money. I have goals that I couldn't afford on a chef salary. I mean, I'm a good. I would like to think I'm a good cook, but like, and I do like cook. I like cooking for other people. Don't get me wrong, but like, if it's too many people, then I get a little bit overwhelmed. It's like, oh, is that done? Is like, am I timing that correctly? It's a little bit stressful. Plus, salary might be an issue because of some goals that I would like to achieve in life. Um, yeah. Plus, I like being my own boss, and I don't really want to own a restaurant. That's such a headache. I know because I have family that owns a restaurant, and my dad used to own a restaurant. I actually used to be a cook there. I don't know if I'd call it a chef, but I was more of a cook. I mean, it was a cool job for somebody in high school. I kind of did a whole lot of nothing. No, I lied. I'm lying. I made some bomb hoagies and stuff. Um, and I hooked my friends up with like stacked sandwiches for like on the low. And I used to make myself some bomb like big boy sandwiches. So like it was legit. But and I do miss some like some cheesesteaks that I would make. But I don't think I could do that for my entire life. It would just get old really, really quick. So AMC, BBIG, and GME are literally all like they just like all went 1% down at the same time, simultaneously. That was very interesting. BBIG is now again. It just went from 0%, 0 point something percent to now 1% down. AMC, same thing, down 0.98%. GME is down 1.54%. Their margins they gotta be tight as hell. Like, and have other people run it for me. Tim, I'll be honest, I got out of that play way too early, and I'll be miserable if I like see it happening. If that makes sense. Like I got out of it way too early, and I'm gonna hate myself if I look at it. Like if it's running, I'm gonna hate myself. Yeah, well, I mean, see, the thing is, I have no free cap right now. I'm like ATR's a 10. I want to hear what I did. All honesty, I sold a high dollar call. Oh, all right. So I made money on an ATR call, and then I sold it for a good profit, and I used that money to average in on MULN. Not saying I won't buy into ATR again, because I might, because of the float and the confirmed naked shorts, and I mean all that jazz. But it's just like my free cap right now is going into BBIG and like these guys right here, pretty much. In all honesty. And I'm trying to gain some more by making a big play on this on a reversion, but not panning out for me right this second. That's like the only free cap I have right this second. Everything else is kind of like sitting and stuff that I'm like very, very confident in. This is so tight. So here's the thing about what's it called? Here's the thing about what's it called? What's it called? Veru. Okay, it popped up at a very strange time, like right when like, you know, pressure is being put on a few different like of the larger squeeze plays, and it's pretty much controlled by the FDA. I don't like things that the FDA can say yay or nay to, because then it comes down to who has the most money to lobby them. Essentially, like lobbying should be made illegal. I think it was either Greg or Bill, I think, that said that. But I agree. I think that lobbying should be made illegal. I think it should be like whatever the best medicine is, you roll with that. You don't go based off of who has the most money. I think that is ethically and morally wrong. So that's why I didn't play Veru, just because it popped up at a weird time. I thought it could be a potential trap. Instead, I actually spent that money on ATR calls, and then I rolled those up, and I made money on both. And then I ended up putting them on. I ended up putting them in MULN. Oh, that sucks, dude. See, like if I get something in my mind that like I need something filled, I'll overpay if I'm that confident. Like if I have that much conviction. I'll be honest. Like I'll do it sometimes. Like sometimes I'll do it on AMC and GME. I know I do it. Like if they're especially if they're like rolling. Like look at this. Green doji, green doji, green doji, green doji. What are we doing here? This is insane. After it comes up to the VWAP, and now it's going to chill for a sec. 43 on the RSI. What are we doing here, guys? But no, like I will admit that sometimes I do overpay for options, but that's only in the event that I'm confident in my like in what I believe will be like the case. I mean, honestly, I didn't even follow Veru because like it popped out of nowhere and just started running. But like on those things that pop out of nowhere, you just have to kind of chart it and let price discovery kind of tell you, and let like let the formations kind of tell you like when things are getting toppy. In my opinion, that's what I do. I mean, like for instance, like I pretty much top ticked Shiba, right? Like I was in Shiba early, and I pretty much top ticked Shiba. Like especially ones like with trends, like Shiba has such easy trends to chart. Like Bitcoin, Bitcoin charts very easily. Like if you have if you know like what the overall sentiment is and like which direction it's moving, like it's it typically just has very common structures, and it's very easy to chart. Yes, you did say it. See, I got memory like an elephant, dude. Yeah, I don't know. That's why charting is, to me, I think it's very important. Like I follow like Instagram pages and like, I mean I just know from experience like that like drill in my head like certain patterns. So then I remember them. Like if it does not benefit like what I do and who I am like at this current time, then I don't need it, essentially. If it bottoms right here, I mean that is a higher low. That's a benefit. But let's see. It needs to clear that 48. That 48 is really, really crushing it. We are 1% down on AMC, BBIG, and GME. Just kind of chilling. CEI is the same. It's down 4 cents. Vikings up 4%. It's only 3 cents, but I might move the rest of my position over to Viking. Tim, you might know. I don't know if you're still in here, but you might know this. That was a like we didn't read that wrong. That is a definitive agreement, correct? I'm almost positive that we've declared that it is definitive. CEI and Viking, it is it's definitive. Like that, it's going to be a 1-to-1, right? With the merger, it's like 100% happening, right? And then also the CEO did tweet that. Okay, I'm doing this. Um, I just fell, you son of a gun. Pissing me off that the CI won't fill. Okay, how much do I have now? Okay, I just go here. Come on, go up, go, 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 go. Are you serious? I'm at market price. What do you want from me? Okay, so cool. All right. So I was able to buy 100 more shares, and I still have $68 left. Just so we're all clear, like you guys could understand what I mean by the difference here. I got it actually at 80 point something. Let's see, what do I want to go in on right this second? Oh, MULN. Do I want to go deeper on MULN? I feel like I have so many calls on them. Where is SPY? What's Bitcoin doing? Hold on a second. This is okay. I know what I'm doing. Hold on a second, guys. Hold on. Okay, that's one. Okay, we're over the MACD on BBIG. How much money I have left? Count 21. Okay, so I just went a week out on BBIG and AMC or BBIG and GME. I went out a week on this because I felt like I didn't have enough options on BBIG. I had some, but I don't feel like I had enough. I don't know where that Joey Gumball guy is. But the reason I did is because it hopped over the MACD, and 200's right there. We're kind of range bound, so I feel like this is consolidated enough, or it might move. And then I hopped on GameStop because it's down to like pretty much 2%. And look how far it's selling off, and then pair that with this move right here in Bitcoin. So if Bitcoin reverses, I'm thinking that same thing will happen down there. That's just me speculating though. So I didn't give a price, so I can't, get in trouble for that. The merge should be wrapped. Okay, yeah. Hopefully sooner rather than later, because now I have calls on CEI, but so like I use leverage to make up for me selling CEI, so then it doesn't hurt like MOASS. But then I buy Viking because it's going to be 1-to-1. So really, I get like more exposure on it, and I save money, which is weird. So then it frees up money that I could use elsewhere. It's a little bit of a little quirk in that a lot of people aren't, I guess, taking advantage of. Like, look at that difference between 78 cents and 97 cents. Like, just for 78 cents to get to 97 cents, that's a pretty big percentage gain. I'm gonna get this MULN contract film. That's 3 green soldiers as well. 3 little, I keep calling it green soldiers. 3 little soldiers. Going up to the 48. Could be another technical sign, but we'll see. MACD's twisting up. RSI looks good. We got plenty of room to run. We are on top of the 48. And that is on MULN. It is up 3% now. Come on. Come on. Let's go. We need a grown-up candle to establish it. And we need that 13 over, like on top. We get that 13 on top, and then we're dealing with a 200. We cross the 200, and I think that we cut through the pivot point like butter. But that's just my opinion. Like, I already have a bunch of AMC calls, so I didn't need to do that. Yeah, I made the right move, I think. Like butter. Yes, sir. The VWAP is right next to the 200 though. I didn't even see it shading in with that trend or with that line. So the VWAP is going to be where we meet the 200, I believe. So maybe we might face some resistance there. It might be a good time for me to roll my options. So then it's not like ripping, because then I would overpay on premium. 2% down on pretty much all of the MOASS stocks here, or the big MOASS stocks, I should say. VIX is up now. SPY is still green, but VIX is up now above 20. It's at 20.5. TLT is at 119.34. Bitcoin is climbing, and it is above the critical level of 42,250. Qs are slipping though. They're about to go negative, it looks like. IWM is negative. I don't like that for AMC. We need to push up. Let's see. We need some support off this 13. We're like slightly under the 13 and the 24 right there. I don't like that twist down on the MACD. We're already, unless it wants to double bottom again. RSI is 42 though, so I mean we do have room to go. We go either way realistically. But they see, the thing is, they know that, like, they know what happened last time it got in this level. I don't think that they'd want to do that. That doesn't seem logical to me. Because if it gets in that level, I'm like, chances are I'm gonna buy. If it dips in here again, like, we know what happened yesterday after it dipped in there. There's just so much. There's like, supply just gets eaten, so it's not even worth it. They're just losing positions then. 1683 on AMC. Whew. 144.52 on GME. Netflix is at 214 something. I really would go wild if that just surged. Your boy'd be going crazy. Come on, we need follow through. Like, it's like we get that burst and then we just can't finish. Almost 30% down on GameStop. 2.3 down on BBIG, 2.88 on AMC. Alright, can we do it? And to make any serious moves, we need to get that MACD across already. Like it's been chilling there way too long. It's been chilling there since market open at 11:40. If somebody's in here, can you try to remind me at like one? Oh, like let's say 1/4 to 1 to put on Powell. That way I could start looking for the stream. That stream should be easier to find rather than like a pre-recorded speech. Like I'm just seeing like an inverse head and shoulders right there, which is bullish as as bullish as it gets realistically. It's like a long bull flag with like an inverse head and shoulders in the middle. Like, does it get more bullish? What's Tesla doing? Tesla's up, not as much as it was. Veru's up. ATR is up. Like, I feel like there are some really good companies that are down right now. Like Blackstone, down 4%, really. And then there's just companies that just came out of nowhere that are just ripping. Like Nvidia down, but like then we have things that are up just ridiculous amounts. I just feel like they're just running a lot of scalps. Oh, come on. Pop for me. It's in between the 13, 24, and the 48. Or I should say it's on the 13 and 24 and in between the 48. On the 48, can we finish? No. 3 seconds left. New candle. New candle. Right where you were. All right, follow through now. I might buy more reversion YOLOs if they're cheap enough. I'm not even joking. I have to look at the chart though. I haven't been looking at the chart. But I seriously would, if they're cheap enough, I might throw a couple bucks at it just because, I mean, like, that's like a huge payout if it runs. CEI is down almost 6 cents. AMC is down 48 cents. BBIG is down 5.5 cents. GameStop's down $5. 450. What's Bitcoin doing? Because Bitcoin's controlling this market. It's slipped below 42,250, which we know is critical. ETH is below 3150. Oh, we're getting a candle here. Here we go. We need the follow through. Okay, we're getting some volume now with it. That's good. Let's get that cross though. We need that 13 and the 24 to cross over. They're kissing pretty much right now. 13 is over the 40 or the 48. 24 is slightly under it. One more green candle, I'll probably do it. Come on, come on, push, 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 push. push. Look at the volume right there after it consolidated for so long. Then we get two. Yeah, they just wanted to go ahead and consolidate. What's Bitcoin at now? I bet you this moves back towards, yeah, this is gonna move back up. Okay. Follow through, follow through, follow through. We're probably gonna get some resistance and pause somewhere around here, just because of the VWAP and the 200. And it's a 71 on the RSI. At some point, though, if we do just start get into a gamma run, it could just start ignoring the RSI. So let's be vigilant of that. I believe it was like yesterday it hit 90. Yeah, it hit like 93 in after hours. Come on, you bitch. Come on. Come on. Oh. It's going to be a lot of resistance right here, though, because of the VWAP and the 200. I mean, they're like two of the strongest like resistance points. This is kind of good that we are cooling down. This volume spike. Maybe it doesn't need to cool down all that much. 75 million in volume right now. 75, well, 75 and 3/4, so almost 76. 1680 on AMC right now. That's disgusting. 144.51 on GameStop. BBIG is at 233. Okay, why is my P&L going up? And oh, because I have a crap ton of MULN, that's why. Makes sense. I say, why is it going up when these are just chilling? SPY's pretty much flat on the day. Qs are flat now. We need Bitcoin to push. I think ultimately it does. It's just like, how long is it going to take? Or we just need somebody to drop, a mill in the money calls. Either or. All right, these are puts. And these are calls. So you see these ones over here that are open interest? They're cheap, but they do nothing in the gamma category. Like, look at the difference. People don't realize that. Kills me. AMC 1677, BBIG 233, GME 144.21. Come on, baby, let's go. Just pop. You're over the MACD now. You could go. That gamma vacuum suck. Oh, we're gonna do volume right here because look at this. Just gotta chill out and it'll pop. 76.47 million in volume right now on MULN, 5%. Clear cross for the 24 or the 48. I'll check that on a 5 minute in a few minutes. Are there any like technicals that I could be drawing or no? I mean, I draw this, but I don't want to be just drawing things to draw them. I mean, that would be the downswing from up here, though. Or if you were to draw, well, I mean, if you were to draw a cross, I mean, that's pretty much what I already have. It's been there. I think it's a turn up. Just waiting for the candle. Although I will be pissed if it consolidates around that resistance or that support line before it moves up. Just because that would just it would just stay to burn contracts. We're flat on SPY. Okay, Bitcoin is dropping. Bitcoin is now at 42,160. I'm gonna pull this up real quick. Just want to see. Wow, holy sell-off. Bitcoin's trying to find a bottom. Alright, that's gonna be like a broad-based one, and then this is gonna be more relevant. Yeah, we're about to pop it right now, though, I think. So we should be good. It's just getting through that one. Okay, I think we're gonna be good here. Here comes the run. If Bitcoin cooperates. Netflix is moving. I know you guys are hating on Netflix, but it's moving. It's up like $2 in like the last 2 minutes. Come on. Is it a cup and handle? If it is, it's a really weird looking cup. Sorry guys, I gotta pull this up. Oh, we're at the 200 too. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. Sorry about MULN. I'm like I have a lot of I definitely have more positions on MULN than I do on this, but these are riskier. And I could make a higher like percentage, I think, in the short term. Let's go. Come on. Push, 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 push. So because of the huge sell-off yesterday, if this runs, it'll probably ignore technicals. Like, almost ignore them completely. Like, look at it pushing right now and look at the RSI. I mean, I say that, and it's at the 200 where it might catch a red candle. But, I mean, it's in between the RSI, or the 200 and the VWAP. Let's see if it pushes right through the VWAP. Probably not, but if it does, then I'm just going to say, wow. Now we're going to catch resistance right here at this line. Are we? Okay, MULN is up 5.32. Okay, we are moving on Netflix. Time to Netflix and chill. I'm gonna Netflix and chill this chart right now. If it just starts just going. Let's see. 149 on MULN. I'm keeping my eye on it, guys. Don't worry. 5%. 148.5. Under the 200. Is that supply? Is that a supply problem? Don't tell me that was a little tease. Oh, you know, it's probably going to get support right there off that. Where did volume and then go? Yeah, get your support. Come on. Just under the 200 at that line. Makes sense. GameStop is at 143.40. BBIG is at 233. AMC is at 1680. MULN is at 148. CEI is at 94 cents. All right, RSI on Netflix right now is 68. And like I said, I could just ignore technicals because of the severe drop and the gamma potential from people loading into calls that are cheap as hell. Like all the way up the chain, the IVs were pretty sure the IVs are pretty low. Like that's why I got in it. Like my like the price is down since when I bought it, but yet like my call is like worth like pretty much the same. At one point it was even higher, just because the IV was rising on it. SPY is, I mean, it's pretty much flat. It's down 30 cents. TLT is dropping slightly. Qs are slightly dropping. Bitcoin is at 42. It's just above 42. Just below 31 on ETH. Those we need to cooperate. If those cooperate, then we could really see something special. I mean, I wouldn't really call it a miracle. I would just call it I would call it the law makers doing the law, or not doing the law, like following the law and enforcing the law. I am very bullish at this point in time, just because of the way that if you look back on a minute chart, you can see how AMC like is barcoding, which tells me that there's a lot of gamma issues, right? And then a gamma squeeze could easily run into a short squeeze. Like that, chances are that's what will happen. On June 2nd, only like I think it was like 3/14 or something like that. out of the amount of shorts total covered, and it ran 100%. So that's not even like a full-on short squeeze. That's just a gamma squeeze, and some shorts got out. I'm gonna go wild right now if this just goes. Come on, baby. Come on. Push it up. What are the options looking like? I bet you the volume's crazy on options. Oh, I hate why. Oh, wait. Didn't mean to do that. I want to see open interest. Okay. Open interest. Open interest. Open interest. Not too many on the money side, which I'm not really that big of a fan of. These are expensive options, though, for the most part. Well, they were expensive options. In the open interest, in the monies. Decent amount. That's not in the money. That's a lot to hedge for. Why didn't the chart pop out? That's weird. If this moves, it can move very quickly. Just because that person could, like, a lot of those people could probably pick up their positions if they're like down that much, and then that would be like less gamma pressure that we have to push up on. MULN is moving. I gotta look at this. Nice volume spike, 78.6 on it, and we are through the 200. Or, I mean, we're on the 200 at least. Can we hold it or drive through it at least? That'd be even better. 69 on the RSI though, so it might want to cool down here. Remember, it is paired with the VWAP too, so that's even more resistance. Come on, go ahead. 78.7 million in volume. GameStop's down 4%. The candle finished green, but it was kind of like a nothing candle, a no burger. Let's get some push. We're just lacking follow through again. It is heavy resistance, so I get it, but it's got to move. Go ahead, go. I'm like the midwife over here telling someone to push. Come on. Push it out. Come on. You can do it. That 13's coming up. Netflix is going. It's starting to go. What's Bitcoin at? Maintaining 42 slightly. Just had a nice little candle, but then it receded. Like, see, I don't think that you really need a miracle so much as you need one to go crazy, because then the rest may follow. I mean, I have a lot. I'm down a lot on calls for what you have. I'm down a lot on calls, but for some reason, like, I'm numb at this point, so I don't even like. It doesn't faze me. It's kind of sick, but I don't know. I guess it's a good trait to have when trading. It's to be cool, like cool, calm, and collected. But like, I'm just numb. At this point in time, I'm just like they wore the feelings right out of me. So like, I can't trade with feelings. It's like it's just chart trading for me at this point. Come on, push, 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 push. Ooh. Push, push. Come on, MULN. I will be the midwife. We need to keep doing volume above that VWAP. That's important. And that 13 over the VWAP would be very good as well. And then over the 200, obviously. $79 on the RSI. So this is going to be tight if we could do it or not. If somebody were to drop a lot of money on it, it would fly. Not financial advice, but like the institutions know this though. So come on, somebody drop just a bombshell. I feel like that's what's going to happen. It's going to get to a point, and then all of a sudden it'll almost be like computerized. Yeah, but I also have to consider DD and that people have their money spread out, and that banks have big pockets and know how to know option Greeks, whereas the average retail investor doesn't know all the option Greeks. So like they could leverage the banks could leverage their money better than what retail can. Well, because they didn't announce a date for Tide. But I agree with you. The cool thing that I find about Tide is that, like, I think fundamentally it's good. It's better than what's being portrayed upon. But the good thing about it is I think that, like, not only is it in my eyes a squeeze play, but I think that it'll incentivize people to hold because they want that Tide dividend. You could be at the money, like for here. Let's see. Well, all right. So this is what's it called? This is max pain for the week. On MULN, so we're actually above that. But I mean, you just look at the gamma. Like look at that gamma fall off as you go up the options chain, and look how many people have thrown money at this when they could have just been here and then rolled up as we went. They're just not leveraging their money the right way. I mean, you could like if you are like 100% certain that it is going to go, then you could buy like a crap ton, and in theory, you could buy like a crap ton for like $1 or whatever the heck it is, and that essentially would be the best. Or you could buy at the money, roll up, and when you roll up, if you wanted to, you could buy more at like a closer to the money, but a rolled up price. This is typically how I do things. And I expand my position, and then as it comes closer to that, then I do the same thing and I expand my position more, and I roll up again, and I just play it level like tranche to tranche almost. I feel as if like, I mean that's what I do in most cases. Let me clear that, because on Netflix I did some just lottos on on a reversion. But oh, and on ATER, I told people in my group chat, which I could add you to if you want me to. I told people in my group chat that I was gonna play it like I don't play any other options, and I like literally just bought like $10 calls for May. But I don't have them anymore. I ended up selling them to put into MULN yesterday. at when MULN was like really low. Bro. No thumb wrestling. No thumb wrestling. People like want to like thumb wrestle and they want to like rub my feet with butter. It's like kind of weird, but hey, I'm not here to criticize. Like whatever floats your boat, it's just not happening. 141.87 on GameStop. Don't like that, especially after I just bought a call. AMC is at 1675-ish. BBIG is at 233. I really thought GME was going to find its bottom there with Bitcoin. Bitcoin is trying to reclaim 42.1. ETH has reclaimed 32 or 31, excuse me, 3100. We need this MACD to spin up ASAP. It might go down to the 48 for support or touch this trend line for support, but ultimately I think we bounce back. We're just catching that resistance off that 200. Yeah, there's a 48. Now we're going to go. It's now in 24. Come on. Green candle. It's very important to stay above that 48. I do not want to just go back to like barcoding over and over and over again. 3% down on AMC, 2.7 down on BBIG, 4.39 on GME. Wait, you need to buy in the money calls. They use premium from out of the money calls to sell to short stocks. So you're saying that they? No, because that wouldn't make sense. I mean, you could like. There's probably companies like BlackRock or Vanguard that are selling calls, right? But then there's companies that don't have positions, but they might hedge through derivatives, if that makes sense. On their, like you're talking about shorts, so they might hedge through derivatives and then short it. I think. I don't think what you said is accurate. You buy in the money calls. They use premium from. I mean, so technically it would expire worthless. You're right, but it doesn't go to the market maker entirely at all. It goes to whoever sold the call. So like I could sell a call on a few different stocks that I have like 100 shares of. Like I'm looking at right now. I'm looking at backed holdings. I have 100 backed holdings. I could go sell a call right now if I wanted to. I can also sell a put, and it would just be like using my holdings as a oh, we need to engulf this. That's not good. I don't like that break below 48. That would just be like using my holdings as like the collateral. But if you're shorting, then that means that you're borrowing. So why you don't borrow something that you already have? You just sell. If that makes sense. Okay, good. We bounced to the 48 again. 45 on the RSI. Interesting. 3% down on Amy. 2.7 on Biggie. Good old Jimmy Boy is at 142. That's 4.3% down. And MULN is just sitting here awkwardly, like below the 48. I had an intersection though. I do want to note it is at an intersection here that I have drawn. Sometimes we see large moves at intersections. I'm just going to do this just for shits and giggles. Just because I have an intersection here. I just want to see if anything happens by it. It's for science, guys. Yeah, 250 on percent down on BBIG, 311 on AMC. It's at 1680, 142.34 on GameStop. What's Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin has recaptured 42. I just want to see fucking Netflix and MULN go absolutely bonkers. Then I feel like everything else will just follow. I think Bitcoin needs to move though in order for that stuff to happen. That's just how reliant the entire market is on Bitcoin right now. It's on so many balance sheets, and I mean, like they use Bitcoin as like a form to like almost like fill up the liquidity loss from inflation almost. That's the way I like to think about it in a way. Okay, we're on our third green candle right here under the VWAP, or under the, well, yeah, it is under the VWAP, but under the 48, going for the push above 48. Nice push here, could get that MACD to spin. It does need to climb though. We can't just sit there stagnant like that and just consolidate. I mean, we could, but it would just be frustrating. If we get above it, we have a much better chance here to go and challenge that VWAP 40 or 200 combo. Uh, 3.3 down on both AMC and BBIG, 4.3 on GME, 8% down on CEI. Come on, you mother. IWM is at 200. SPY is at 443. So we're retreating from the gains. 339 on the Qs. But Bitcoin is at 42. It's interesting. To me, it seems like some money is leaving and going to cryptocurrency, which I projected earlier. That is a possibility. It is Powell speaks in 45 or 35 minutes. He might try to telegraph something from the IMF meeting, from the World Bank meeting. AMC is 3% down. They're literally like at the same level as AMC and BBIG now. That's as far as percentage goes. And then GME is like 1% lower. That's literally how they're moving. Which one, Bill? Which one? Can you say it? Because that could be good for Netflix. I don't know why my messages aren't sending. Bill, which streaming service? Is Zoom down or something? I don't know who you'd be talking about. Oh, CNN. Oh, lit. Okay. I mean, they just spread like cherry picked info anyway. And like two of their like producers just got arrested for something that's pretty gross. I don't even want to say it on YouTube. Like some of the stuff that you guys ask me in chat kind of gross. But like even worse. 2.8. Come on, we want to keep that level. Spies at 443 and change. Trying to fight back for 444. Never mind, it's dropping. 443.80. Qs are dropping. Bitcoin just lost for the 42 level. ETH lost 31, the 31 level. We are right here on my vertical. Let's see, can we get a spin up on the MACD on my vertical? Because that'd be pretty sweet. Oh, come on, just do it for me. You're taking my money, at least give me like some ego. At least feed my ego, Jesus. Come on. Get up there. I'll take a green candle. Nice green candle, followed by another one. IWM is at 200, trying to hold on. Spies at 443.70. TLT's kind of flat from where it was last time, 119 and change. Q's kind of flat. They're down, but they're flat. Again, we're trying to recapture for the 42 level. Very critical level. Come on. Right here, spin up. It's killing me. That's a low volume right there. Wow, it averaged low volume, low volume, low volume. Now we're getting an increase in volume now. Let's see. Last time we got an increase in volume, it went up. Let's see if we get the same here. $16.76 on AMC. Don't like that. I like that green candle. 230, and then it goes away. 231 on BBIG. 142.54 on GME. CEI is at 93 cents. IWM is really trying to hang on to 200. It is very critical that it stays above 200. Not like life or death critical, but like very important to our cause critical. VIX is starting to elevate above 21. SPY is 443.5-ish. TLT kind of same range that it was before. Same thing with the Qs. Bitcoin is at 41.9. Come on, spin up. I'll take that for my ego if you spin up right here. Let my vertical be the middle of the trend change. I really thought that Bitcoin was going to hold that level. I gotta look at it. Hold on a second. Wow, okay. So it faked a reversal. That's interesting. It faked a reversal. That's funny. Funny as hell. Alright, it's in kind of a descending wedge though. Just saying. Which is bullish. .3% down on AMC. Well, now we're 2.9 down on AMC. Well, 30% down on AMC. 333 down, percentage points down on BBIG. 143.26, 376% down on GME. What is Bitcoin doing? Bitcoin's fighting for the 42 level again. Twist up. 44 on the RSI for MULN. $444 on the SPY. IWM is starting to climb a little bit. Okay. Is Bitcoin catching itself? I bet you it is. Yeah, Bitcoin's starting to catch itself, it looks like. And I mean, yesterday they ran Bitcoin traps on us all day yesterday, like all day. So might happen again. Powell does speak in 35 minutes. Or no, 25 minutes, yeah. Well, at 1 o'clock, whatever. So let's try to remember that. AMC is down 2.77%. BBIG is down 2.5%. $82 million in volume right now on MULN. It's not getting the volume that it needs right this second. It's that demand. Remember, demand is the cause and volume is a side effect, not vice versa. A lot of people do get that confused. Sometimes when I say it, I even get confused, but it's realistically demand. MACD looks like it wants to curl. RSI is 43. Green candle, followed by the start of another green. 2.5 down on BBIG, 2.6 down on AMC, 3.4 down on GME. I really want to see Netflix run like I've never seen it run before. I don't know if I've ever seen a gap fill to that extent, to be quite honest. Oh, come on, push. Push, MULN, push. 48 on the RSI. It's trying. It's getting stuck. It's literally on every single average except for the 200. They're right there. The 13, the 24, and the 48 are sitting on top of each other. Come on. I think that this is way too far out to be a head and shoulders, in case anybody was thinking that. There's just way too much upward pressure, I think. Too much excitement, realistically, about the stock. I am surprised to see that the declining is higher than the advancing. $143 on GME, $233 on BBIG, $16.82 on AMC. Oh, we need some strength on MULN. Some strength. Follow through with that green candle, please. Nope. Come on. IWM is at 200 flat. SPY is just below 444. Bitcoin is 41,950. Looks like we're getting some, yeah, we got a little bit of upwards pressure there. Let's see, can we follow through? Again, we are on every single EMA except for the 200 and the VWAP, which is in front of it. So that's our two holdbacks right here. And then the pivot point, but again, if we cross these with strength, we should be all right. It's 46 on the RSI. .4% down on GME, 3.2% down on BBIG, 2.8 down on AMC. CEI is down like 10% right now, 9.5. But the subsidiary that it's going to acquire, or the separate company that it's having the merger with, the one-to-one merger, is unch on the day. Just something to keep in mind. And that's at 78 cents. About 20 minutes till Powell speaks, which could totally screw with the market. We might not do anything until Powell speaks, actually. Now that I think about it, we might just grind. Or if we do something, we might reverse as soon as he starts, or like is about to start speaking. So honestly, I'm kind of thinking that's the case. We might just trade flat, almost. Unless they know what he's going to say, which is very, very possible. We got a nice volume candle here, some push on MULN. We need to stay. We need that pressure. Come on, keep pushing. Push. 82.85 million in volume. MACD looks like it wants to twist up. RSI's at 57, so that's good. Let's see, new candle. We did close above the EMAs. Now we just got the 200 and the VWAP in front of us, so we're going to be range bound in between all the EMAs and those two. Right now, all the other MOASS stocks are down 3 point something, essentially. We're challenging the 200 right now and the VWAP. And we just got a large volume spike. We are at 83.11. We're getting some push back. They do not want us to cross this, or they are pushing it. New candle. That one did finish green. So technically that's 3 little soldiers. We are now in between, it looks like the 200 and the VWAP. 63 on the RSI though. MACD is twisting up, but I don't know if it's going to make it over. IWM is still pretty much on 200. SPY is trying to make its way back to 443, or 444, excuse me. It's at 443 and change. Qs are, looks like they're trying to come back a little bit. They're inching their way towards 340. And it looks like we're trying to reclaim 42,000 on Bitcoin. Come on, get that push. Alright, so we got a red candle there. That's not what I was hoping for. 52 on the RSI though. It did separate the 200 off the VWAP a little bit by shooting down like that. Might be easier to overcome them separately than, one at a time, or than both at the same time. 83.5 in volume. AMC is 2.89 down. BBIG is 2.7 down. Oh man, this is painful. It's like trying to cross that V or that MACD. Well, and the VWAP, but one thing is when we do get on top of it, then we have to deal with this relative high of 153, where it might try to cup and handle. Unless it's trying to cup and handle now, I can't really. It's impossible for me to tell. At 153, it didn't do like a ridiculous amount of volume elsewhere. We might be able to cruise past it, depending on the strength. Oh, come on. Push. I'm actually going to do this, which I might be stupid to do, but I'm going to do it anyway. I might even pop it before I draw it now that it's the green candle. A little bit of a bull flag type deal there, but we will see. I might pop it before long. 2.65% on AMC, down 2.92% down on BBIG, 3.2% down on GME. CEI is on SSR. It's at 10.34 down. Little jolt in price. Are we gonna get any move? We're at 83.66 million in volume. Powell starts in 12 minutes, so let me get that up on my phone. I'll just play it on loud or something. Yeah, I'll play it on my phone. It would just be easier. Federal Reserve. The fuck? I don't want to be listening to that. I don't want to listen to that either. Why are you doing this? It is like so hard to find videos apparently on the Federal Reserve today. Playlists, Fed functions, conferences. No. I'm gonna try to find it on my desktop because that's not working, and I definitely got to see that. Debate on the global economy is like the title of the thing. Monetary policy about the Fed. It's like an hour long. It's not. Sorry, I'm taking a break here from commentating. I just gotta figure out where the heck they're having this live thing at. Or are they like not having it because I'm not finding any stuff about it. It's messed up. Community. Home. You know what the Fed is. I don't need to see that. FederalReserve.gov. What, like, beige book, recent posting. I don't need to see that. Do they have anything on Twitter? Like, what the hell? Okay, now see. Now I find the thing for what's it called? I find the thing that was at 11 o'clock. It was on VolclerAlliance.org, which it's never on. Like this is strange. That it's on a totally different website than what his comments are usually on. No. Son of a gun. Okay, let's go to YouTube again. I mean, I'll honestly, if it comes down to it, I'll turn my what's it called up. I'll turn my my TV up and we could like listen to it on Bloomberg or something. Let's see, Jerome Powell live today. That's what I'm gonna search. It says Bloomberg Markets live, but Yahoo Finance live. But that's not what I'm looking for. Like I want like the direct right from the government thing. That way I can get like DMCA'd over it. Federal Reserve FOMC now. What are we doing here? I don't like this movement. It's like falling out of the channel here. Could be trying to get supply though. Honestly, I don't really see it doing much down there. It just barcoded, spent so much volume right there. Oh man, I don't know if I could watch this without getting DMCA'd, and I don't want to do that. Type in Federal Reserve. I have 5 minutes. If not, I'll just put on Bloomberg. I don't even care. I will get you guys the Fed. It will happen. Streamed 4 weeks ago. Okay, see, it's engulfing itself right now. That candle, that was something that I didn't like. It's probably just getting some supply. Streamed 1 hour ago, live, U.S. Janet Yellen holds press conference. IMF. Oh man, what? I wish I knew about that. I might get DMCA'd, but I'm gonna do it anyway. It's just how it's gonna have to be. Which one do I click on? Which one's the best one? I totally feel like I'm gonna get in trouble for this, but F it.
You can expect. Matthew, there's a question about what other programming Netflix can bring to the platform to make it a little stickier, bring new subscribers in.
Mamba mentality, yes sir.
Specifically about sports, and
What do you mean by? What do you mean that I have the best deal? I'm confused. Wait, I'm way. Oh, wait a minute, that's somebody else's chat. What the hell am I thinking? Jesus. Wow, I'm shocked. I'm so shocked. I was reading the one chat that I was in on this video. Tesla's so heavy that it coming down is weighing on the SPY as well. In the product, we do think it's something they'll ultimately will look at. And you just talked about 440. We're under 443 on the SPY right now. That's wild. What the heck? Wait, it just logged me out real quick on my account. Look, I think they're looking at this from an IP and a franchise standpoint, and there's various ways you can engage with that IP. One is to, lean back experience. They're not bringing on what's it called? They're not bringing on Powell right now, which is. Hold on a second. It's not bringing in Powell. I don't like that. What else is live? What watch live? That was. What is this? Let's do. Alright, I just turned on Bloomberg. Alright, more people are piling in on Bloomberg, so maybe it's gonna come on here. The Nature Conservancy has taken a different approach. Oh, wait, here we go. I like this. There we go. Okay. Here we go. Waiting for it to start. We're good. Just when it starts, when it starts, just let me know if it's too low. $143 on GameStop, $231 on BBIG, $16.86 on AMC, $147.5 on MULN. And yes, we are waiting for the thing to start. It has not started yet. It's supposed to start a minute ago. Still hasn't started though. This is going to twist up over that MACD and just go. I'm feeling it. I am freaking feeling it. If not, I'll just go ahead and I'll just sell something else and get deeper. There's no. If the short report got debunked, there's no reason to hold that position. And it has support. If it didn't have what's called support, if it didn't have community support, I don't know, but it has community support. and it has the numbers. Whoever did the original DD, kudos to them. But upon further DD, like to me, the DD is done. Like I know, like I'm in it. We're getting a candle here, a nice candle with some strength. Let's see. Through the EMAs up. Let's see. Are we gonna make it to 200? 85.29 on volume. I don't know why this meeting isn't starting. Let's see. 1682 on AMC. 231 on BBIG. 143.13 on GME. SPY is at 442.5. Qs are down to 338s to 338.5. Bitcoin is at 41.7. Just about. Oh. Just tell me if this is too loud, guys. I like find the sweet spot. Right here is what I would expect maybe a nice jump in the VIX, potentially. And if they say anything about a global currency, I am expecting Bitcoin to move. And we all know what that does to everything else. I don't know why the volume just went down like that. I don't want to blow people's eardrums out by turning it up, though. Under 200 on IWM. And this is definitely consolidated. This looks ready to go. Hold on a second. I just want to see if they're playing. No, they're doing like a pre-thing as well on Bloomberg. I always have Bloomberg going on in my living room.
Good afternoon and welcome everyone to the IMF debate on the global economy. I'm Sarah Eisen, the host of Closing Bell on CNBC, and I am thrilled to be here in person at the IMF in Washington with a distinguished group of leaders to talk about all of the issues facing the global economy. Joining me is Christine Lagarde. She is the ECB president, managing director of the IMF, Kristalina Georgieva, the chair of the Federal Reserve, Jay Powell, and from Indonesia, the Minister of Finance, Sri Mulyani Indrawati. And then joining us remotely, we've got the Prime Minister of Barbados, Mia Mottley, who couldn't be here today, and she is in sunny Barbados. We're all jealous, and we're happy to have everyone here, the most powerful women in the economy, and Chair Powell. Welcome.
And Chair Powell.
So we came here today, and we thought we were going to be discussing this year the recovery from a brutal 2 years of COVID. And instead, we've got the Russian invasion in Ukraine. We have that influencing prices and inflation.
So this is more of a debate style than I thought it was going to be like a statement, which might bring up something that he doesn't want to talk about.
Maybe, Madam MD, if you could just kick it off and set the stage for us, because you did cut your outlook for the global economy this year, and it sounds like you're going to be cutting it more. So how much of a slowdown are we facing?
It is quite significant. Last year, we were doing quite well, 6.1% growth.
Supplies out of 442.20.
Slightly less, but still high for this year, nearly 5%. And then we got Omicron, first revision downwards, and the war in Ukraine, second more significant revision downwards. Would there be more? It is to
6090 on AMC, 230 on BBIG, 142.77 on GME,
policymakers are going to be
147.5 on MULN. It's just consolidating and barcoding back and forth. It's doing weird things with the descending wedge that I've drawn out though.
If anything,
popping out, popping right back in on trend.
One of the objectives of us meeting here in Washington is to talk with each other and identify what is the policy combination that can deal with these short-term challenges without jeopardizing longer-term sustainable growth.
Well, we do have a good mix of fiscal and monetary leaders here on the panel. So just to follow up quickly, Madam MD, as far as the outlook and the deterioration, how close are we to something like a global recession?
Well, we are still very much in positive territory. Growth projection for this year, as you said, 3.6%. Let's remember that was the average growth rate between 2011 and 2019. We have only small handful of countries that are in negative territory. Among them, Ukraine, devastated, shrinking by 40%. Russia, very significantly impacted, 11% below what we projected in October, but most of the countries are growing, although slowly.
I'm really bullish on Netflix here.
The big problem is that the exit
really
from the
bullish.
pandemic-induced crisis is now slowing down for the future. Just one number. Emerging markets and developing economies will be still 6% below their pre-pandemic trend in
CEI is down 9%.
This is 2 years or more delay in their recovery. What is my biggest worry? With food prices, energy prices up, with prospects for recovery much worse, are we going to see the phenomenon from 2019, people on the street, unrest, creating more difficult environment for policymakers to do the right thing?
Yeah, we're going to get into some of those risks, but I do want to hear the individual outlooks, especially from Europe, President Lagarde, because of its proximity to Russia and Ukraine, the spillover effects that you're seeing, and now there are concerns about
right now on
inflation
Netflix.
there and the effects where it depresses
MULN's at
economic growth
147,
and
just
drives
kind
up
of chilling.
prices. So how much has the outlook
148.
changed?
It has changed exactly in the same direction as indicated by Kristalina. So it's been a haircut to growth projections,
200.
and it's been a rise in the inflation numbers. And certainly when we look at the risks, they're skewed to the downside for growth. So there might be more cuts to come, and to the upside for inflation. That's where we are. And it's particularly saddening, not only because of the death, not because of the destruction, not because of the devastation, which in and of itself is a cause for huge concern and sympathy and support for the people of Ukraine, and blame for those who took the initiative of that unjustifiable invasion of Russia. But it's also causing
crazy
harm
barcoding right now
throughout the world,
predominantly
in Europe for the moment. But it will, there will be ripple effects going way forward, way beyond Europe. For the moment, as you said, geography plays a role, and Europe is literally next door. Ukraine is one of us, and taking this horrible hit We are seeing refugees out of Ukraine into many of our European shores and countries, and we have to, by solidarity, do everything we can to support them. That's the situation that we have at the moment in Europe. It is particularly saddening as well to see that the recovery that we were embarking on is being stalled to a certain degree by what is happening.
3.4 down
What if
on
Europe takes another
BBIG,
step
2.5 down on
ban
AMC.
Russian oil, gas, and coal? What would happen to the European economy?
Well, let me just first of all salute the sanctions that were decided on a pretty global basis. Sanctions against the oligarchs, sanctions against the family members and the people.
It doesn't do anything.
The origin of this,
just cut the pipeline.
De-swifting of about 80% of the banking sector of Ukraine, of Russia, and also freeze of the assets of the National Central Bank of Russia that could be identified outside of Russia and a couple of.
It's all in cryptocurrency.
So
I bet.
This bulk
Idiots.
of, there were 5 set of sanctions decided one after the other, has clearly had a massive impact on Russia, and will continue to have an impact. And I think we will. The more it's rolled out, the more impact it will have. Obviously, the next question that everybody is agitating and considering is what happens with the oil on the one hand, the gas on the other hand. I think the issue of coal has been addressed by the Europeans together, who've decided to ban coal coming out of Russia. And I think it's a process, and I would not exclude that there be more decisions to come as it unfolds.
Chair Powell, the U.S. has been a relative bright spot in the global economy, but now policies are changing, as you know, to address inflation, and there are concerns globally about the tightening of monetary policy. What's the U.S. outlook, and how are you feeling right now about your claim that we're not heading towards
69? AMC just chilling at 69 right now. Here's Powell.
And the human suffering that's going on there. While these economic matters are important, there are very fundamental things at stake there that we want to keep in mind. So in terms of the U.S. economy, we are a bit more remote from the immediate effects of the war compared to Europe.
Because we have oil.
But we will be feeling them over time, and they will come in the form of upward pressure on inflation, further upward pressure, and a bit of downward pressure on output. But the U.S. economy is very strong, performing very well. By most forecasts, we'll have another strong growth year this year. The labor market is extraordinarily tight, extremely tight, historically so, and to the point where really there's an imbalance between supply and demand for workers. And of course, the big issue that we're very focused on is inflation and getting inflation back down to our 2% goal.
But if we start to slow materially in our economy, will you stop tightening even if inflation is still above your target?
Well, so first of all,
Bitcoin seems to be rising.
You asked about a soft landing. Basically that's our goal. Our goal is to get demand, use our tools to get demand and supply back in sync, so that inflation moves down, and do so without a slowdown that amounts to a recession. And that's our goal.
They can't do
and
that.
I don't think you'll hear anyone at the Fed say that that's going to be straightforward or easy. It's going to be very challenging. We're going to do our very best to accomplish that. And it's absolutely essential to restore price stability. Without price stability, really the economies don't work without price stability. We need that to have a strong labor market for an extended period of time. We need it for financial stability. So we must do that.
The market has 3 50 basis point hikes coming in the next 3 meetings as of this morning. Is that reasonable?
So I try not to comment on specific market pricing for things, but I will just say this: at our last meeting, and this was in the minutes from the meeting, many on the committee thought it would be appropriate for there to be 1 or more 50 basis point hikes.
Are you one of those people?
I don't disclose my own path. I try to lead the committee, but
okay.
So I think markets are processing what we're seeing. They're reacting appropriately generally, but I wouldn't want to bless any particular market pricing. The thing I want to say, though, is we really are committed to using our tools to get 2% inflation back. And I think if you look at, for example, if you look at the last tightening cycle, which was a 2-year string of 25 basis point hikes from 2004 to 2006, inflation was a little over 3%. So inflation is much higher now, and our policy rate is still more accommodative than it was then. So it is appropriate, in my view, to be moving a little more quickly. And I also think there's something in the idea of front end loading whatever accommodation one thinks is appropriate. So that does points in the direction of 50 basis points being on the table. Certainly, we make these decisions at the beginning. I would say that 50 basis points will be on the table for the
on the table, and he
And
would
then
disclose his
Are you
own
more worried
position.
about what Fed Chair Powell is doing, or about what we're seeing in China right now with these aggressive lockdowns because of COVID, as it relates to your economy and the region and emerging markets?
Well, United States and China are the two biggest economies in the world. Whatever happened in these two economies definitely have a spillover to the rest of the world. First, I think what Chairman Powell mentioned about the challenge to stabilize the price inflation down definitely will require monetary tightening, and that has been communicated. We are talking about well calibrated, well communicated, well planned. So even though we cannot avoid that direction of policy, at least market as well as many policymakers in the emerging country and developing country need to prepare for this eventuality. I think that's one very important thing. In Indonesia case, back in taper tantrum in 2013, our situation today is much, much stronger. Back then, our external balance, the balance of payment in a current account deficit, and that's why even when Federal Reserve has not yet moved announcing it, it's already creating a huge jittery. Today, Indonesia, again, because of the war, unfortunately, but then creating this high commodity price, Indonesia has quite a significant commodity which is enjoying this high price. It is not appropriate, morally wrong if I'm saying that we are having the benefit of this situation, but it's our export grew by more than 24% last year, and in this first 3 months, it's actually growing even higher than that. So we are enjoying surplus on trade account.
So basically, they're booming.
On my budget.
Yeah, we're the ones sending all the money everywhere.
Of strong position in which then this kind of situation, hopefully we are going to be much less affected. Although capital outflow is happening already on a bondholder in Indonesia, and in this case, we've already reduced the exposure of the foreign ownership on our bonds to less than 18%. This is significantly reduced than originally 40%. So create stability. China situation with the COVID and the policy of lockdown definitely create a lot of concern regarding their their growth outlook. Although in this past 2 days we heard from Central Bank Governor Yi Gang that they are going to do all necessary to make the growth at least still continue strong enough at the level that definitely also create a little bit comfort, but the implication is going to be very deep. I mean, in Indonesia, we implemented.
We just got an indecision candle there, basically. A bullish indication, a bullish kind of like candle, but just a green doji with a long wicks on each end.
So I can imagine that if you prolong this kind of lockdown, it will definitely have a huge.
We're at 200 right now.
So within that concern, we are not comparing which one is actually having a bigger impact, but these two very important countries will definitely have a huge impact for many developing and emerging countries. And this is on top of still very difficult recovery for many countries in the world from this pandemic. Although Indonesia output is already surpassing the pre-pandemic level, so we've already 100% above the pre-COVID level. But Indonesia is a few cases. Many is actually struggle, as Kristalina mentioned. They are still under the pre-pandemic level.
Do you have a sense of how much the China lockdowns, especially Shanghai and Shenzhen, that we saw, are holding back supply chains even more at this point?
Well, that's definitely. I mean, they are among the biggest port, which and for Indonesia as well as in Asia, I think China demand for many commodities very, very important. So either this is going to be disrupt the supply chains within China that is have the repercussion for the rest of the world, or in this case have a direct impact in terms of the demand for commodity and other.
I think it's in a pause. It might pause right
So
here and
that
like
is
try to do a cup and
really
handle because of this relative high.
concern.
Prime Minister Motley, haven't forgotten about you. Definitely want to hear from you. I think you win the award for the best growth forecast from the IMF this year, right? 11.2% growth. Tell us what you're experiencing. Obviously, there's a big tourism boom, but you've heard about all these headwinds, and I'm curious how you're affected by it and what you're most focused on.
Yeah, I think that the figures you quoted are what we are hoping for going to next year, this coming year. But like everywhere else, we are
1 second, guys. I'm gonna have a dog out.
the very
Put this up
challenges in the
while I
world.
do so.
And of course, we're not only talking about the war in Ukraine, but we're also talking, as you just referred to the difficulties as a result of the lockdown.
We're above the 200. Kind of stuck in between range with 200 and the VWAP though.
Because excessive demand hasn't really come back as we would like. Our economy fell by about 14% in 2020, as did all other tourism and travel dependent economies in the world in the first year of the pandemic. What we are seeing is literally an increase in inflation. By the end of last year, inflation was regrettably up to almost 6% from just over 3% before. So when that is now compounded by the war in Ukraine and the supply chain problems, again with the lockdown in China, we expect to see continued inflationary pressures. And then when you add to that the tightening of monetary policy, that's going to be worse for us because you have to recall that unlike other countries, the only thing we could really do was literally to increase debt. We don't have the benefit of the fiscal and monetary relaxation that Europe and the UK and the US were able to do so successfully in the middle of the pandemic. We don't have those options. And that is why, for us, the whole injustice of the moment probably relates to the fact that the enormous COVID debt that we've accumulated has now also to limit the space that we have to be able to fight inflation. Because in small economies such as ourselves, small open economies, as you know, the only way we can push the inflation is by expanding our fiscal position to be able to
trying.
So these things are truly concerning to us. The issue of the debt
looks like the EMAs are starting to come up.
And let us compare, as I have done for the last 2 years, the SI and the Common Debt Framework as
BBIG is only
what has been done by the
1.46 down.
G7 countries. And let us also reflect on the fact that we're not going to be serious unless we bring the non-Paris Club actors to the table. The private sector has to come. And we're not going to be serious until we address the issue of the climate crisis and the funding that's necessary. Because at the same time that we're facing all of this, we have less than 12 years to adapt to a very, very, very light ability of a 1.5 degree world. But even if it doesn't get there at 1.2, as you all know, we're already seeing the devastating impacts of the storms and the hurricanes. But what most people don't know about are the droughts and the sargassum seaweed and the destruction of the coral reefs that lead to coastal erosion. So at a time when we need to have expenditure more than ever, there is little concessionary funding available, there's little fiscal space available, and there's an urgent need for us to seriously reform the international financial institutions if we are to be equal to the majority of poor people who don't live, by the way, in poor countries. 75% of the poor people of the world live in income countries that are denied access to concessionary funding and that do not have the fiscal space even when they get funded, and that have been compounded by events outside of control in the pandemic and indeed, of course, with the climate crisis.
That sounds like a to-do list for the IMF.
So much so. Mia, I have a piece of really good news for you. You have been championing the allocation of concessional finance not only on income per capita, but also on vulnerability to climate shocks. And today, at the discussions we had, the Resilience and Sustainability Trust, which will provide long-term maturity.
Sitting on the 200, just going back and forth on the VWAP.
Got
EMAs are starting to make their way up there, though, at least.
Already $40 billion for it. So one instrument that you should take pride of. When Christine was still
Yo.
director of the IMF, I remember you saying to us, there has to be.
I'm trying not to talk too much just because, like, that way we could listen to them. AMC.
But let me take.
Oh, AMC looks jumpy. Whoa. See, like, I see that as like barcoding type action. Is that the 200 right now?
Largest increase since the Second World War in 1 year. In 21, it was easy because interest rates were low, access to financing abundant. For some, it was cheaper to pay for more debt in 21 because of this drop in interest rates.
I think XRP is like the only thing that could actually get us out of a global recession, in all honesty, just because it's deflationary.
And we have to be honest, that requires upfront action by the countries themselves. Do all you can, extend maturities. If you have currency mismatches, fix it. But also for us, and the IMF has its own responsibility. We have to help countries restructure that early. And if we don't, down the road this year, we may be in a very difficult.
This could go into gamma right here.
You talked about the 50 basic points. Just imagine what it means.
Just because like how cheap it probably made these options. What are we looking like? It's very frustrating. I'm just enjoying compounding interest. We want it to hit 18.5 really, and then I might just roll. This is very well gamma. This is very, very, very well gamma.
For them to take measures to make their economies less vulnerable to these shocks, for the rest of the world to provide them with the support that is necessary. Sri Mulyani co-chairs the group of finance ministers that are wrestling with this issue. We have to come up with practical, very effective schemes, because if we don't, it would be for these countries, for these vulnerable countries, it would be a shock they cannot anymore sustain on their own.
Since we're on the policy discussion, I do want to dive a little bit into monetary policy, since we have the world's two leading central bankers at this table. And maybe I'll ask you, MD, who has a tougher job right now, this guy or President Lagarde?
Whoa. Well, they both are.
It's only down 1.2% now. BBIG is down 0.8, and we're under 4% down on GME.
President Lagarde, so Europe is dealing with sky-high inflation rates as well, highest we've seen in the Eurozone. Why are you not sounding as hawkish as Chair Powell when it comes to raising interest rates and tackling inflation?
Well, first of all, I'm not a hawk. I'm not a dove. I'm carrying this little L with me all the time to remind myself that everything that we eventually decide has to be a concerted.
I do agree with you about it being frustrating, though, bro.
But I think you asked.
But I think they're doing it on purpose just to time it with what we're seeing here.
Analysts will just put the two of us in the same bag, and I'm very proud to be associated with.
SPY's moving up compared to where it was.
I respect him greatly. But
so are the Qs. About to recapture 42, I believe, on Bitcoin.
And as a result of that, our analysis of
144 on GameStop.
and the consequences of inflation have to be different. Let me just give you an example, and I'll just speak.
AMC has a good chance of gamming, guys.
My colleague, Mr. Powell, speak for his economy. Given that we have both
Gap up on AMC. Might come down to fill. Yep.
Our inflation numbers are very high. You're right. 7.4% in March, and we will be, more than double above the target at the end of the year. But when you try to understand what comprises that very high number, you see that almost 50% of it is energy prices. So that's a supply shock that we are taking. If I look at my core inflation,
so if on the VWAP right now, AMC.
Food, you take out energy, I'm down to 3%. It is north of my target, which is 2, but it is more
13 over the 200.
If I may. It's actually 2.9% because it's just been revised this morning. So our inflation is fueled by a supply shock, which calls for a particular type of response, which brings together fiscal policies and monetary policy. And obviously, you know, we cannot operate at the same pace, the same sequence, using the same instrument necessarily when it's that kind of inflation that we are dealing with. So it is much broader base than it was. It is much higher than our target, but it is supply driven, number one, and it needs to be addressed in a sequential, flexible, gradual way, which is what we have begun doing. We have started the journey back in December. We have reinforced that position in March, and we will have a new set of fresh data in June, which is when we have our next monetary policy.
Taking a pause right here before the
we will have to determine when we stop.
RSI is 72, might have to cool down.
In the course of the third quarter, of course, but when in the third quarter? Is it going to be early? Is it going to be later? To be determined by the data that we receive. And that will then lead us to assess whether or not an interest hike is needed. And at one point,
65 on the RSI now. Let's see if we can engulf this big red candle.
You don't have that in your mind that you'll be raising interest rates, say in July.
I have all the steps, all the tools, and all the sequences in my mind all the time. And what I look at all the time too is the various indicators that are provided by the forecasters, by market analysts, by markets, by consumers, by the labor market, which informs us, because clearly the second round inflation is one component that for us is critically important in order to determine whether inflation expectations are well re-anchored at around 2% or whether they are at risk of de-anchoring. So
John, this isn't too loud, right? Or too quiet?
To be fixated on a day, a time in the day, doesn't make any sense to me, because once we say that we are data dependent, for goodness sake, let's wait until we have the data and then we move on to decide. And we've agreed on a sequence. We have to follow that sequence in the journey that we have embarked upon.
What about inflation in the U.S.? Some are wondering if it's peaked. Do you think so?
So let me say one of the great benefits of the IMF meetings is the chance to talk and collaborate. Christine and me and all of our colleagues talk about these things. We find a couple of things. First is that inflation is really a global problem. It's quite everywhere, and it's high in most places. But there are differences. There are certainly differences. So in the United States, we have very strong growth, and we have higher inflation. We have higher core inflation than Europe does, for example. We also came into this. Europe has struggled more than we have with low inflation, well below target, at a much lower policy rate. So we have a different level of underlying inflation. So they're just differences. And of course, we all serve domestic mandates. So in the case of the United States, we have had an expectation that inflation would peak around this time and would come down over the course of the rest of the year to an extent, and then come down further in 2023. These expectations have been disappointed in the past, and so now we're really in wanting to see actual progress. It may be that the actual peak was in March, but we don't know that, and so we're not going to count on it. And we're also no longer going to count on help from supply side healing. We're gonna if we get that, that'll be great, and I think that would be enormously helpful in having a soft landing. But we're really going to be raising rates and getting expeditiously to levels that are more neutral, and then that are actually tight.
Bitcoin's going down.
If that turns out to be appropriate once we get there.
But isn't it going to be hard to control inflation through tightening when a lot of it is coming from the fact that Russia and Ukraine are major exporters of so many commodities that we need? We don't know how long this war
Good question.
is going to go on. We don't know how long China is going to be seeing these rolling shutdowns, and isn't it going to be harder than normal to get a handle on inflation through your policies?
Yeah, we of course can't affect supply side issues. We really can't affect much food and energy prices either in the near term. So it comes down to what we can do is our tools work on demand. But we have a job to do on demand, and I'll
24 is up to 200 on AMC.
There are substantially more job openings than there are people who are unemployed. And if you take total employed people plus job openings, that's demand for labor. If you look at the size of the labor force, there's more than 5 million more demand than there is supply. So we've got a demand and supply imbalance in the labor market and elsewhere.
Slight gap up on AMC.
Clear, and that comes from a number of things, including fiscal policy, including what we did at the height of the crisis. So there is a demand job to do, but you're right. We can't fix.
Fill up the gap, now turn around.
Do you need the stock market to be lower?
Ooh.
Well,
Demand?
Whoa.
I never would point to one particular price or asset or class of assets, but generally the way our policy works is we control one overnight rate plus the balance sheet also has some effects, and that affects broader financial conditions, and that includes asset prices, include credit availability, risk spreads, all kinds of financial conditions.
Whoa, this is a big question.
In the end, those are what affect the real economy. So we monitor financial conditions. So there really are two steps there, and one of the many. There are many different combinations that are possible of financial conditions, and we have seen some tightening from our rate increases, and that's to be expected.
So some people have this idea, President Lagarde, that you guys need to shock the markets to really start to see more of an impact when it comes to putting pressure on
the markets
and on inflation. Is
Interesting.
that something you subscribe to?
I think what we need to do is communicate with as much clarity as possible as to what we analyze, what we see, what timing we have in mind, and what journey we're embarking on. And for us, it's not so much an issue of tightening when we look at the real rate. It's an issue of normalizing monetary policy and using the tools that we have. I think the added dimension that Europe has is that it's monetary union with the complexity of a monetary union where you have 19 different fiscal policies, 19 different treasuries, and that makes my job just a little bit more complicated.
So you also have the euro, which because you're moving at a slower pace is weakening pretty substantially. Is it getting too weak, making the inflation problem worse?
No, we don't target any particular exchange rate. We pay attention to it. It clearly has an impact on inflation.
That's
we
good
don't
questions.
target
I'll give her that.
any exchange rate.
Minister Miliani, want to move it to the fiscal side of things. We've done monetary
AMC
policy.
and a candle.
As you look at the appropriate policies right now, it's a little tricky because normally the IMF would advocate for fiscal stimulus in a weakening global economy. You can't do that now when we've had such a strong inflationary environment. So how are you thinking of the sort of policies to insulate your economy from some of these issues?
Well, first, we are not starting from the situation which is favorable after 2 years of the pandemic, which is widening the deficit and debt for all countries in the world. That's one thing.
DWAC W is now on SSR. Didn't notice that before.
The cost of borrowing definitely
AMC is at 1708. BBIG is at 235. 142.92 on GameStop.
So we don't have the recovery from the demand side. If it is going to be a problem, whether this can create overheating, but our inflation is now around 2%, so it's much low in this case. The problem on the supply side is much more complicated, as Chairman Powell mentioned. If it is related to energy and food, it's politically, socially very sensitive. You cannot delay on that side. And that's why usually that immediately creates a fiscal pressure in the form of, are you going to allow this shock coming from outside pass through directly to the people, or you are going to absorb this shock through your fiscal policy by providing subsidy, and then your deficit will be widened. That deficit is going to be too costly because the interest rate now is much higher. So this is really not free lunch or free policy.
If you could have overheard really that, Powell said, "Yeah, that's great."
Aspect of the fiscal side. I think from the Minister of Finance point of like Christine mentioned, you should not narrow your instrument. You have a lot of options. In the fiscal side, you have on revenue side, so on tax, non-tax revenue, excise. You really have to look at the
1708 on
beginning of your
AMC.
revenue, which one is actually strong
BBIG
enough.
is only 4
So
cents
then
down.
you can collect
143 on 143.53 on GameStop.
Taxation. We passed through legislation, we harmonizing the whole legislation related to the tax, including anticipating to this global taxation agreement, in which we are going to have at least a better arrangement on the taxation across country. The second one, you look at the spending side, and this is exactly our spending in the past 2 years dominated mainly by the COVID-related spending, health, vaccine, treatment, therapeutic. So now, when the declining rate of the COVID, meaning that you have a fiscal space, you don't want to squeeze so that the economy is
This
weak
might
again.
squeeze.
So
If
the
this
same
turns up
space
right here
that
and
you
breaks that
free
blue
up from
flag,
this health, you can use it for
I think we
others.
clean break the
For
VWAP
example, infrastructure again.
with an RSI of 53. I think we do
Labor-intensive
it.
infrastructure.
And then that would be a
you
golden
can
cross.
create jobs, because many of them is actually unemployed or reduce their income during the pandemic. That can be done. So expenditure side definitely have a room for that, for you to really do in a much more
Through the
detailed
flag,
way.
let's see.
What that can
If VWAP's
create
turning
job
up.
better, what that can shield the shock, for example, like food security, energy security, infrastructure that can improve your productivity. So that is very important. Then you are dealing with the financing strategy. With this higher borrowing cost, you have to be very careful. So fiscal consolidation is definitely very important. In Indonesia, we're reducing our deficit from 6.1% to 4.5%. We are aiming for 4% and then below 3%. That is the fiscal discipline of the Indonesia fiscal policy in the past 20 years. So we only have 3 years during this pandemic to allow to have the fiscal deficit above 3%. That's signaling to the market that we are on our track, credible enough, so that the market is going to price our bond correctly in this case. So they are not creating excessive punishment only because Chairman Powell said that I'm going to do the 50 basis point. How many times?
Ooh.
That is going to be
He
something
did?
that.
What did he say?
No,
Prime Minister,
because you're asking the question.
yeah, no, basically. Prime Minister Motley, you brought up food insecurity in your very powerful. I went back last night and watched it again. Inspiring speech at the UN last fall, I believe. That was before any of this got so extreme because of the war in Russia. So I'm curious how you're thinking about it now, and what sort of solutions we can look at.
Well, the truth is that all of us have had to go into a situation where we've put measures in place to boost food security, food and nutritional security.
Come on,
In the
baby.
Caribbean community, we've set a target which was there before
MULN's still
all
just
of this,
consolidating.
of reducing imports by
Right at
20% by
$1.50.
2025.
Where
And
Max,
we have
I think
a
Max Payne was
Silver Investment
152.
Conference coming up in Guyana, which is the lead country on food security for us in the Caribbean community. But I make the point because I heard my colleague Minister just now referring to what has to be done in order to protect our people against these pressures. The reality is that with a high debt framework, as most of our developing countries have, as small island developing states, not because
IWM
of
is below
populism, not because
200.
of corruption, but largely because of having to take on our balance sheets the consequences and
442
reactions of others.
on
We feel
SPY.
that the time has now come
TLT's
for
back
us
on
to make some
120s.
decisions to change it.
Q's are
Mr. Neely, you're absolutely
338.40.
correct about resilience and sustainability.
Bitcoin's at 41.6.
Thank you for it. And in fact, it's the right step in the right direction. It's the only step thus far that acknowledges vulnerability. But we need the World Bank and the development banks to go further with us. And the reality of the things you said to us at the beginning of the pandemic was that you needed us to spend the money but keep the receipts. And we did in fact keep the receipts. So it should be easy to identify COVID specific debt. It should even be easy to identify climate related debt. But what we need to do, because of our highly deficit already, is to put this on another international balance sheet. You can perhaps have a pandemic trust and you can have a climate adaptation.
Did you hear this
trust.
about a balance sheet?
The
What about a
reality
ledger?
is that what we need is to be able to move it off of our balance sheet. Because
What about a
if it's on our
ledger?
balance sheet, then it precludes us from being able to achieve the SDGs, which is a normal development trajectory. And we really want to perhaps treat it like the British war
They're
debt.
getting me amped about
It has to come on our
XRP.
balance sheet. Because if it's coming on our balance sheet, how do you have a situation where the British understood after World War One, they issued bonds in 1914 and 1917 as 30-year debt at 5%, consolidated them in 1932 to 3.5% with no maturity, and it became perpetual debt that they paid off 100 years after the 1914 debt. Now we have to think outside of the box because it's becoming increasingly difficult even for us to shield our populations with the limited fiscal space that we have against the fact that the cost of debt is likely to increase because of
It's in between the AMC is in between the 48 and the 200 right now on a support line.
that we just simply are not seeing the rate of economic recovery as quickly as we need to. Now we're confident that tourism recovery usually can come back and bounce back quicker than most. But what is happening with the
SPY's at 443 now.
will affect the cost of flights.
Bitcoin's probably climbing as well now.
Also, how people view where they want to go. And you have to ask yourself.
Yeah, it's climbing. Here we go. Are we wrong? 143.53 on GME.
Given what is happening with the war in Ukraine, and I just hope that we can take the bold and brave decisions necessary because too many people's lives are at stake, and quite frankly, it cannot
critical
be
level
a
here for AMC.
conversation either about what is happening in Ukraine.
God, it hurts to watch.
We are totally sympathetic. But what's happening to the people in Tigray? What's happening to the people in Yemen? What's happening to the people elsewhere that are also on the verge of a humanitarian crisis?
17 might be getting supplied 17 there.
There's a lot there. Any a few questions?
I think Mia is totally right, and I think that we should acknowledge that all wars are horrible, are human tragedy, are causing devastation and economic harm. All wars, and this one is no different, and it is self-inflicted by Russia in a determined and totally unjustifiable way. But all wars are to be
Tesla
stopped.
chart real quick,
Completely right.
because Tesla weighs really heavy on SPY.
Afghanistan, for instance, that's another place
Wow.
where clearly
If somebody
the
ran a strangle on
consequences
this,
of wars and years of wars
they're probably
are
killing it right now.
hurting people and hurting women more than anything else, actually.
Did you want to respond to that question?
When the IMF was created, the main objective was to help countries correct domestic policies that are undermining their opportunities to grow.
I'm just barcoding in MULN right now.
Today, what
Serious
we are saying
barcoding.
is we live in a world in which there are exogenous shocks that are harming countries and are putting them in a position in which on their own they simply cannot handle it. And the question in front of us is how do we recognize that it is not bad governance, it is not bad policies, it is a climate shock, a pandemic, a war that is dramatically impacting a country, and what is the role of international institutions to be a corrective force in that regard. During our meeting this time, this issue of what is the role of the IMF in a world of multiple shocks, some of which are because of the evil of man, some of which are because of Mother Nature, but they are devastating countries to a
48
point
and 200.
in which they simply cannot pull themselves out. This is one issue, and Mia is right, we have to work on identifying instruments. We are looking into are debt for climate swaps a possibility? We haven't advanced it enough. It is still in the universe of retail.
In other words, mini gap up
I
over the
would do
200
it for you, for your project. We
on
want to move
AMC.
it
That's
to
interesting.
performance indicators and the world of wholesale. In other words, we do programs with
And a wick
potential
down,
entrepreneurs.
so
The
that counts as a
second
fill.
issue, though, is
Oh.
that not all problems are exogenous. We still have plenty of problems that come because of poor judgment, bad governance, corruption. When Christine was the managing director here in 2019, in these good days that we almost forgot existed, she would say, when the sun is shining, fix the roof. What we are now discovering is that many countries did not fix the roof when the sun is shining. Now it is pouring. Well, maybe now we get to fixing the roof. I would strongly argue that there are many countries where structural reforms,
1707 is where we would cross the 48 EMA on the 5 minute.
Can significantly improve
08, right?
image, attractiveness for private investments and performance. Indonesia has done systematic reforms that took Indonesia now to be in the small universe of countries, emerging market countries, that have caught up with their pre-pandemic level. And I think for us, we should not shy away.
It looks like it just wants to consolidate before it rips.
Good policies mean better.
I mean, it looks like that on the 5 and the 3 at least.
You mentioned the role of the IMF. You know, there is this bigger
and the range is getting
now
tighter on 48 and the 200.
And the onshoring of manufacturing and supply chain. And it started with COVID, or maybe even before that, and really got exacerbated by this war in Ukraine. And obviously, Chair Powell, there are going to be ramifications of this for growth and for inflation if we are, in fact, in a world where globalization is going in reverse or even dying. What do you think?
Well, that is certainly a possible outcome here. I think you've seen questions about globalization, and this series of events around Ukraine certainly has the possibility of leading to a more fragmented political situation and economic situation. You saw Secretary Yellen's speech this week about looking to, I think she called it friendshoring. So I think there's a lot of thinking going on like that. You know, the globalization that we had benefits to it, and it had cost involved in it. And you know, these are really questions more for elected governments, I would say, than they are for a central bank. But there would certainly be a different world. It might be a world of perhaps higher inflation, perhaps lower productivity, but more resilient, more robust supply chains. If we were to have, I mean, the supply chains that we had were very efficient, but quite fragile, it turned out. So, and I think it's not clear that we're seeing a reversal of globalization. It is clear, I think, that it's certainly slowed down, and it may go into reverse. I don't know.
Is that? I mean, clearly you're thinking about it in terms of security, things like energy.
He doesn't sound too confident
on that sort of thing. Do you think we're going in reverse?
No, I think we're going to revisit the terms of trade and who we are trading with, and on what principles we are determined to continue trading, and reorganizing supply.
So it kind of sounds like they should have to stop trading with China.
For once, I'm quite happy to actually plead for the case of Europe, because there's always Europe bashing now and again, and I think that the work that we had to do over the last 70 years, and the adjustment that we had to make, moving from
$16.99 right now on AMC, just waiting for that.
Which are all members
waiting for everything to come together, it seems like.
Where goods, capital, and people move freely, has been a laboratory of a different kind of trade. And it is not easy, let's face it. There are countries sometimes that are drifting, that would like to operate slightly
147.5 on
the
MULN.
rule of law, the principles by which we abide.
GME is at 142.56.
On track with those key principles that we respect. So it is a bit of a laboratory, and I would hope that as we re-examine and revisit globalization, which has provided a lot of good in and of itself, we can use that experience to see how we can enforce, how we can govern, how we can make sure that everybody is included, that we don't leave some by the side of the road, but we try to be together and make sure that it is inclusive.
I know it's something you're thinking about a lot. I mean,
yes,
maybe it's a taboo topic to talk about in an IMF meeting, but this idea of the fragmentation of what's happening geopolitically and the alliances that are forming.
Only 18 million in volume right here on
the
AMC.
underlying free movement of trade and people and capital.
We are living in a multipolar world. and that has already led to some frictions and some shifts in trading partners. But I am in the both of those who say we are so integrated. And if you make a list of the problems that no one
So
country
much
can
barcoding
resolve
on
on its own, it's a very long list. We have to find ways to work together. So, what is the question? Are we going to evolve in blocks that are closed and function independently from each other? Or we would have some preferences, preferred trading partners, but we will have highways and bridges that allow us to still solve big problems, come on the same page. What was so interesting today in our discussions was how strong the voice of we have to work together was in the room. And it was especially emerging markets and developing economies that said, hey, we have achieved so much because of this integrated global economy. It is irresponsible to make the world poorer. And actually, Sri Mulyani
It is irresponsible to make the world poor. Why are we doing it?
It is the quality of our world, not just the quality of our economies, that is at stake. But it is more difficult, and it makes my job even more important in finding place for all of us to agree. You probably have heard the story of communiques not materializing. Didn't materialize for us at the IMFC, but even everybody
support
agreed
here off
on
these
the
tops.
substance of the policy conclusions.
Let's hope we do, because then we could easily go through this flag.
Everybody.
Nope.
And then we had one member that said, well, but you're saying something else there that I don't agree with. It is
145.5 on MULN. Wow.
in my view, to go and buy a coffin for globalization. Not that yet.
That's quite a statement. Minister Mulyani, curious about your take and whether you find yourself in sort of an awkward position because of the close trade ties with China and proximity there, and then obviously
asking the tough questions. I like it.
As the chair of G20 in the developing nations, there, how you sort of weave all this together.
Well, all emerging countries, developing countries, or from developing countries to become emerging countries, they usually can achieve those level of progress because they were open. They are also integrated with the global economy. So when Christine was in the IMF, I think telling about the globalization has reduced a lot of poverty, and that's why what we are aiming or the focus for many countries is how you are going to prepare the foundation of your economy, whether this is on a policy level, institutional level, as well as the practice of the business that need to be competitive so that you are going to be able to have this efficiency, productivity, and then improvement on the livelihood of the people. Now it's changed.
Right, now we're getting oversold.
It's no longer about efficiency, but all on security. Talking about reliability. So even I think we just heard from Chairman Powell that if that is at the cost of efficiency, be it maybe. Now, that's really maybe creating a huge impact for many developing country, emerging country, who they, in this case, enjoying this improvement as well as the progress in their economy and prosperity through globalization, through trade and investment. And this is no longer become the instrument. Now for Indonesia, because we are big enough country, the biggest in the ASEAN economy, and of course, in terms of the trade partner, investment partner, United States, European, Japan, and China, they are all the biggest partner for Indonesia, of course. Within the ASEAN, we have, for example, with Singapore. So the choices is there. And we enjoy this because we know that the world following and implementing the global rule, even though it's not perfect. You talk about WTO, there is here and there, But we know that there is a rule as a baseline in which we will play based on that. And that's exactly what holding all of us, the world together. Now, if a country can violating international rule, or in this case that we no longer trust this rule can secure or providing safety and security and certainty, then the world is actually resetting. It's totally different. And this is historical in a way, because the world enjoying huge progress in terms of prosperity. If you look at declining of the
There's about a
poverty rate,
$28 option for a
improvement
dollar on
in capital
AMC.
index,
Um,
infrastructure development, they are all because we rely on this goodwill,
so I had an
trust,
extra dollar in
and
my account.
building this rule for all countries in which then we can rely. I'm not saying it was perfect. It is not. It is always like that. But it served well, or at least it
And
served all the
AMC's
member
at
countries
28
in
on the
this world
RSI.
to actually rely on this kind of mechanism. Now, I think it's shaky. And that is exactly maybe what is the highest risk for any country to design
It's
their own
1684 right
policy.
this second.
What does it mean for Indonesia? Should we like self-sufficient in this case? For
And
Indonesia,
Netflix
it
is getting
could be
battered
because we
again.
are big, we have a lot of land, we have fertilizer, so we do have like the food security, energy security, we have coal, we have oil, we have gas, but not all countries have this kind of luxury like us. And so, should we not care about others? That is not really, I think, the right, morally not right, as well as from the interests of the global economy, it is not also right.
We're tight on time. We have 1 minute left, but I do want to hear really quickly from everyone, including you, Prime Minister Motley. I sometimes get the best answers as a journalist when I ask people what we're not paying attention to, what the media or the world is not focused on. So I'll ask you just very quickly, either an
Good
upside
question.
risk or a downside risk as it relates to the global economy, what we're not paying close enough attention to, and what you would flag. And Prime Minister Motley, put you on the spot.
Guys, I gotta take this
Go
real
to
quick.
you first.
Saying that there's an absence of global coordinated political leadership. The G20 is not representative enough, and we don't have the political will. The problem is not with the people who you have in the studio for the most part. It's not the heads of the institutions. It's the absence of countries to act in a coordinated way that will relieve the pressure. We saw it in the pandemic. We're seeing it with too many other issues, and hopefully we can get the sense of urgency of the moment impressed on all of us globally, such that we can avert the worst.
Minister Miliani, what about you?
Well, I think as a holding this presidency of G20, what is remarkable given this tension, all countries that we consulted, because G20 is based on the consensus, all countries that we consulted, they believe and they also want that the cooperation and collaboration and coordination, what Prime Minister Maya mentioned, is actually the one that they want this to be preserved, regardless differences. So amazingly, what we are thinking is supposed to be safe and preserved, in when the reality that we are now facing is actually quite a big gap. So our responsibility holding this presidency is try to continue making this goodwill of collaboration and cooperation. Try to save a piece of the world's most important asset, that is coordination and collaboration.
Will Putin be at G20 in Bali this year?
Well, we invited because inviting the head of state cannot be like, oh, tomorrow we are going to have a G20 and then they just send. We invited like back then, and it's already now all the country in the G20 received the invitation. In terms of the arrangement of the meeting itself, just like what we have yesterday, it was not easy, but at the end they are all in the same room. But if you don't agree and you want to express those politically, like Christine, you walk out. So that's another expression of the politics. But it doesn't prevent us to talk about the substance, which is important, not only serving the G20, but also for the rest of the world. So it should be manageable and doable.
Chair Powell, what are we not paying enough attention to?
So I'll tell you what I'm thinking about, which is, we had this economy that was, very low inflation, very low unemployment everywhere in the world before the pandemic. Then the pandemic comes in and really knocks everything sideways. we have this remarkable, particularly in the United States, response, incredibly fast recovery, faster than anyone hoped. And then we have inflation. And so that's a lot right there. And then we have a war. And now we're realizing that COVID is still really with us. So what I'm thinking about is a couple things. One is, how is this, are we going back? Probably not, to the old economy. What's the new one going to look like? The other thing, maybe more pertinent to your question, is in the middle of this is a labor market in the United States where people can get paid well. It's too hot. It's unsustainably hot, but notwithstanding it, it's a very, very good labor market for workers. And it's our job to get it into a better place where supply and demand are closer together. But I'd say that's how I'd respond.
In the upside category risk, you're saying wages are good, people can get jobs.
There's a lot to like about the U.S. labor market, but I'd be the first to say, though, that it's not sustainably hot. But I do think with our tools, we can get supply and demand better aligned.
President Lagarde, what about you? What should we be paying more attention to?
I think of two things. One is what I would call the green swan. We talk about black swans, and I agree with Jay that we've had one thing after the other hitting us, and in the main we've tried to respond as well as we could, and often in a very coordinated fashion, thanks to international institutions like the IMF. But the green swan is something that terrifies me. When I think of what's happening in South Africa at the moment, the hundreds of people that are dying because of flood, and what's going to come next? Could it be Mother Nature that we are hurting so much that it retaliates against us? So that's one thing that is often on my mind. I think the next one is the madness of man, more than women actually.
Always. Madam MD.
I think we are not paying sufficient attention to the law of unintended consequences. We take decisions with an objective in mind and rarely think through what may happen that is not our objective. And then we wrestle with the impact of it. Take any decision that is a massive decision, like the decision that we need to spend to support the economy. At that time, we did recognize that may lead to too much money in circulation, too few goods, but didn't really quite think through the consequence in a way that upfront would have informed better what we do. And I subscribe entirely to what Christine said about climate shocks. We are already out of time. And the fact that whenever something hits us, we forget about this other crisis is incredibly troubling. The fact that I'm sorry I'm going on here, but I'll finish in a second. We act sometimes like 8 years old playing soccer. Here is the ball, we are all at the ball, and we don't cover the rest of the field. Our ability to deal with more than one crisis at one time is very, very limited. And we have to zero in on the really big things that would determine the future and keep our attention on them. When the war started, my daughter calls me a week later and says, "Mom, what happened with the pandemic? It disappeared from media. We didn't pay any attention. It is still with us." So we have unintended consequences of actions, and we have insufficient attention to cover the whole field.
Well, we've covered a lot today in this discussion. So thank you all so much for your time and your candor and taking my questions. And thanks to everybody who tuned in as well. Have a great afternoon. Thanks for being with us.
Thank you very much.
Alright, sorry about that, guys. What did I miss? Holy gosh. Okay, hold on. Why did it? Oh, I was gonna. Never mind. I know what I was gonna do. Sorry about that. I had to take that phone call. Wow. All right. Okay. All right. That might be a double bottom though. Okay. Let's see if it's gonna catch itself right there. MULN. What's this going on over here? Let me get chat up as well. Sorry. Okay. Nobody's talking to me in chatting anyway. Let's see. Okay. We're within a penny of the intraday low, so we could double bottom if we do slip. If we slip far, then to be quite honest with you, I'd probably like if we go below this line, I'm gonna be. I'd be very very like shocked, but then I would try to take advantage of it as soon as possible. Personally, that's not me telling you what to do. That's just kind of where my head is because I have no idea why they're being so hard on MULN. It doesn't make sense to me whatsoever. They're talking about Twitter and Netflix on Bloomberg right now. I have noticed them it sounds like they're signaling sometimes. So I'm trying to pay attention here to Netflix to see if it moves. And I do want to look at Twitter. Ooh. Now is it getting so somebody bought the entire order book right here. That's what this is when somebody goes ahead and that's interesting. Like when something shoots like that, it's because somebody slaps the ass essentially across the board. So this might be them getting supply. This might be companies getting supply right here underneath this. If it holds, if not, then it's basically it might be on its face. Might go down to pivot actually. $17 on AMC. Here we go. We're gonna get some candles on AMC. About time. Coming back up to 200. Okay, so notice how now we are in between the 48 and the 200, and the EMAs are okay. This is much better. Now I feel as if the 48 will have an easier cross. Here we go. Here we go. Let's see. What is Bitcoin at? Let's see, where's that? SPY's at 440. Wow. IWM's at 198.50. Bitcoin's at 41.5. We need this kind of movement. We need it to close though. Above the 200. Close. Give me 3 soldiers. Yep. Give me 3 soldiers right after an indecision. So that's indecision right there. That's a red indecision type candle. And then this just 3. That's a technical buy-in indicator. Again, not financial advice. Literally, if you were to open up a book, it would show you. Also, this would be considered like a bull channel. Let's see. We need some fallout there, though. We need to hold this 200 real bad. We need to get these EMAs up over it again. It is 218 as well, so Europe is closed. So we are aware. That's a big thing that a lot of people don't realize. I feel like trading completely changes once Europe's closed. TLT is sitting at 120. Qs are down at 336 as well. Bitcoin's holding on to 41.5. GME's at 142.06. AMC's at 1707. 1708. We want to clear all this junk right here. Real bad. See that candle right there isn't that great. We need some strength. Some follow through. There we go. If anyone's in here, let me know what you thought about that. Meeting with Powell. Because I have some comments, but I really don't want to sit here and talk to myself. SPY's at just under 441. AMC is down at the 200 right now, or down at 13, just below the 200, getting support. Hopefully we get a nice little shot right here in the arm. If not, I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna draw another ray here. That should be a pretty accurate drawing. Might get some support out the 48 to get back over at 200 again. Hold on a second, I gotta look at it. Oh. Yeah, it looks like it's getting support there off the 24 rather than the 48 though. That MACD is a little bit intimidating. I'd really like to get a push up instead of curling down. BBIG's at 232. GameStop's at 141.65. CEI's 10% down even. Bitcoin's holding on to 41.5, it looks like. Can we get a curl up? We need a curl up on. So we got a red candle with a wick, but then we came right back to trend line. That's good. Let's see. Yeah, DWAC's down 11%. I would personally be in the warrants though if I was trading DWAC. I'm not because of Twitter. They both, because Elon wants to make it freedom of speech rather than like a company policy. So now they have a fiduciary duty to make the stock worth $54. In order to like justify it, or else he could offer us a legal tender to buy a stock from us. Realistically, if we said no, then he'd have to come back with a higher offer if he wanted to buy it. 8% down. Wow. Notice how all of this stuff is red and MULN is still green. Like, I know that it started much higher. I know that. But with all the downward pressure on the market right now, and this is looking green. I'm sorry. That seems pretty sweet to me. Let's see. It's a very awkward head and shoulders if it goes that route. I doubt it though, because that looks like very weak. I think we go up on this. MACD looks like it wants to spin. Gotta get the dog. I was gonna invest in this so cheap, and I'm so pissed I didn't. The only reason I didn't was because I thought they had an agreement with Qualcomm. Qualcomm used to provide chips to, I believe it was Apple, but then they stopped. Apple started producing their own chips, effectively hurting their business substantially. All right, we are almost 5% down on GME as well. It's quite a surprise. All right, so 2 indecision candles, red with a little bit of indecision. When I say indecision, it means that there's like a decent sized wick on both ends. Usually that'll kind of tell you. All right, this is a strong turnaround, it looks like. Come on. Yep. Go ahead. Go ahead. All right, we're at the 48. We might catch some resistance, not sure. And then we're going to have the 200 to deal with. All right, so that, yeah, it's going to do some more at that gap. All right, now let's go back up to 200. Netflix. All right, that was at 215 last time I looked. All right, let's go. All right, we're spinning up on the MACD finally, at least. We haven't done that since this big rip right here. This is gonna be such a speculation line. Don't even think about this one. That's just gonna be like moving forward. So let's just see if it stays on that kind of path. Let's see what we have. It's doing the volume right here because it shot down. We just gotta clear that. What up, dude? Oh, shove down a MULN. Okay, wait, I gotta get ready to DCA, I think, if this goes down. Hold on. I will literally sell, like, something crazy here. What's very valuable that I could sell? I'm down too far in that position. Oh, I could sell Tesla. They might tank it after earnings too. Wait. What are you talking about, MULN offering? Wait. I think you're misinterpreting, because what I'm aware of is I'm aware of warrants. Don't be, dude. Like, you're coming in here saying like offering. You got, like, do you have like details or no? Bro. Why the fuck is my phone off? Oh, I would have just. Yeah, MULN is selling warrants at $8, but it has to get up to $8 though. They're exercisable at $8, so it's like we don't have to worry about it until it's like $8.80. Like, it's, and everybody's so confused talking about an offering. Like, I was just gonna try to average in. Oh my god, I would have just. God dang it, Mike. Unless you have solid proof, like, please don't do that. No, they're selling warrants at $8.80, and everybody's like taking it as as like they're taking the wrong information, and like the short seller that put out an article about it is literally getting sued. Like, there's already a lawsuit in the works. All right, after this line, if it drops, there is a far way for it to go. He wants another offering ASAP to fill demand. Yeah, but he has to get like approval to do that. Like, Elon could be like, well, Elon's Elon, but I mean, like, the CEO of, let's say Ford can't say like, oh, I want an offering, we're doing it. Like, the whole, like, you have fiduciary responsibility, just like the Twitter thing. You have fiduciary responsibility in order to do what's best for the investors. So like there has to be like a vote. And what Elon said on the on the Tesla, what's it called, last night? What Elon said on the Tesla, oh, wait a minute, hold on a second. I will sell it. I don't actually. I could spell something else. I'm seriously gonna sell something I really shouldn't. If this drops like a lot. Come on, go in a free fall below my line. I can't believe I'm rooting against this right now because like I have a good holding on it. I just know that it'll get eaten right up. I'll be able to average in lower too. Come on, go down for a second. Now keep going. Sorry, I have my thing. Elon said last night on the Tesla thing, on the Tesla earnings call, that it will take them approximately 1 year to come up with a battery that is like like up to comparable standards. Introduce MULN. No. I have it right here, and then honestly, it could go all the way down to 107 if it were to free fall. I don't think it will. I think it has too much power. I kind of like want it to go down so then I could buy a crap ton, but I know that it's just going to go parabolic at some point. So it's just like, it's like, do I buy now? It's at 23 on the RSI. I'm selling these. Hold on a second. Okay. I just bought some more. I left myself a little bit in case they drop it even more. I want it to go up. I want it to go up, but in general, I was like I just bought more to average into it, even lower, because I just have a lot of faith in it. Later, bud. $44. Okay, hold on. What are we doing? If it goes in the free fall, all right, word. I'll get you later, bro. I'll be on at close. I don't know if I'll be on in close today, but I'll be on for close. All right, so I missed the bottom there by like 2 cents. Ugh. Now, yesterday when we hit my red line, it absolutely went like bananas. Let's see if we do it again. Okay. I just got I just sniped some options there. I think that this is the bottom. I left myself a little bit more room if it isn't the bottom, but I think it's the bottom. No, dude, no, no way. Not after what Elon said yesterday, and not with the community support, and not with the right DD. I like both. I like them both. I like them as a squeeze, and I like them long. I like them long term. Like they're doing R&D in house for they're doing R&D in house for what's it called, for the battery. And on Tesla's earnings call last night, Elon basically said that like he had no answer. Like they didn't have an answer for like the next year to like with competitors' batteries. Q MULN, in my eyes. All right, that was a good fill. Talking about. Unless it falls off a cliff here. The next few, honestly, dude, this is a gamma. This is the chart look. Okay, never mind. You and I have different ways of reading a chart. I think this is barcoding, which means that there's option pressure. This and BBIG look like awkwardly familiar, don't they? In fact, I'm gonna spend the rest on BBIG, I think. No, it's kind of cheap. Okay, let's see. BBIG. Okay. Okay, now I have an extra $3. What do I do at $3? What do I do an extra $1? I buy one of these. Okay. Sorry about that, guys. I am back. I just had to do a little bit of sniping here. Well, so if we look at the numbers, oh, Tesla went negative on the day. I should have sold it. Shit. So first of all, there's a bunch of lawsuits out because of short selling and false reports. I agree. Look at the cost to borrow max. They're saying that they borrowed or that they returned 12. Now this is T+2 reported. You have to remember, T+2. So let's see. We're on the threshold list. Look at all those shares being lent. Look at the FTDs. Now the FTDs are T+35. So I just have a different idea of. I have a different idea of reading the chart than you guys suppose, which is fine. Like right here, I think that this is its bottom. I mean, literally, I have it marked up. Like this is like when it started ripping, basically, and below this is like below this could be dangerous, but yesterday, like it seemed to grab supply there and then run. I mean, that's just what I saw. Good shit, man. Good shit. Let's pull up AMC. AMC looked like it wanted a gamma for a second. Like right here, I thought it was about to gamma squeeze. And then it just started tanking. Oh, okay. Okay, so are you telling me that you have? Well, wait a minute. So GME announced that they're doing a like a dividend in June, and you're telling me that you have a $500 sell order in? Like, I just want to be clear about that, Mike. No, you're misinformed. You are misinformed, Mike. You are completely misinformed. You just said that about MULN. And you were wrong about that. What they're doing is they're doing a share dividend in June, and by doing a share dividend, they're going to go ahead and they're going to electronically count and account for each and like each share itself. Now, I don't know why you would, you know, you do you. Like I try, man, I try so hard. All right, so I'm gonna pull up this chart. I want to show you something. You see this? See this big spike right here? They're gonna raise capital by exposing the nakeds. That's how they're gonna raise capital. Think about it. Okay, so you see this big spike? That's when somebody just slaps the ask. Like an institution just slaps the ask, and they don't care. Now, if you have a sell order in, hold on a second. Hold on. Now, if I'm gonna break out. Hold on a second here. I have like some stuff that might do really well if this explodes. Anyways, when they do the dividend, they will uncover the like the outstanding amount of, or like the free float available. Okay. Now, if there happens to be shares that don't belong there, then the market maker has to go ahead and buy that share at market price tag, and it's going to be a repetitive process. It would get to a point where a computer would do it. Actually, like that's kind of how it's set up. I'm not even worried about MULN. I'm really not, as screwed up as it is. I mean, I just average deeper into it. Like I'm not even worried about MULN. There's so much FUD going on with MULN that, like, why are they spreading so much FUD unless they're in some hot, like some deep stuff with it. You feel what I'm saying? This might really run heavy. We're about to have a gold cross here on Netflix. All right, 48's on the 200. What's Bitcoin at? I like it much higher, but we'll see. Oh, just go. This could just gamma. This could just be a gamma squeeze. Who's gonna go bankrupt? Are you talking about MULN going bankrupt? Please tell me you're not talking about MULN going bankrupt. Well, I mean, I don't want to be rude here, right? But you're spreading false information in chat, so maybe you were misinformed about this, like what was going on with the company. Maybe they already filed for Chapter 11 and you didn't even know. Like, I don't want to sound like you sound rough, but like, you're holding what? I don't know what you're talking about. Like, what one are you thinking is going to go bankrupt? Because chances are I have a defense for it. If you're talking about MULN, if you're talking about, you know, AMC, BBIG, GameStop, like, you tell me. MULN? Posted today. Solid state polymer battery testing center in Indiana. Started in 2013. Battery Innovation Center. Literally, as soon as Elon last night on the call brought up batteries and it taking a year in order to catch up to competitors, MULN stock went through the roof. Like, I don't, and you're misinformed about the, if you actually do have a, what's it called? If you actually do have proof that there's an offering, feel free to go ahead and hit me up on Twitter. I'd be more than happy to go ahead and read it, but I already know what it is. It's the, I bet you it's the, what's it called? The thing that everybody's referring to about the offering. Everybody's saying that it's an offering, but realistically, it's already agreed upon. We've known about this, and they're just trying to scare people. They're trying to scare people. I mean, it's warrants that are exercised at $8. I mean, for instance, look, DWAC trades at $40, right? Its warrants are right now trading at $11.75. Okay, these are for every single DWAC W that you own. If you paid $11.50 at the time of expiration, it would then turn into a DWAC share. So please don't come on here and you know, just like spread like misinformation. Like, I'll be honest, dude, when you said that, I thought that there was some announcement that I missed, and I almost didn't average in. But then I was like, well, wait a minute. Chances are that like my friends that I do research with, and chances are I would know. So I did it anyway. But like, I almost didn't average in because you said that. Like, don't be scaring people, man. Like, that's not, no bueno, dude. No bueno. I don't like that wasn't cool. And look, it's just going to sit there and it's going to get some supply. Its max pain on the week is 150. Watch, it's going to barcode around that, I bet. That's its signature. It just barcodes. If it goes down even more, I'll sell something else and I'll buy more. Like I'm that sold. I mean, you trade how you want to trade, but like, and you do your own due diligence, but like, don't come on here if you're not sure of your due diligence, please. A director just sold them. Honestly, with insider selling, I'm not even scared anymore because of the lawsuits that are out now against MULN investors, or for MULN investors, and the fact that there's a DOJ probe into the GameStop short selling, and that what's it called, and that ATER actually had a third party confirm that there was naked short selling. I'm not concerned about that at all. Like even if you want to call like AMC, like back when Adam Aaron sold his, that he warned us about months in advance, they still spread FUD. They did. It happened, and we all knew about it for months, but they still spread it. Honestly, like maybe that was part of the probe. Like this runs deep. Like they're crashing the economy. Is what they're doing. They're running it into the ground. It's all about timing it right, realistically. And like you know how you were saying that charts look ugly? Like these wicks and like up down, like really tight in zone moves, like in range, like that's gamma. That's gamma pressure. I don't know. If it's gonna dive, it's gonna dive right now. So I'll pull it up for you. If it's gonna dive, it's gonna dive right here. In my opinion. I'm gonna look at your what's it called though. I'm gonna look at what you said about MULN, about a director selling, and I'm gonna look at the numbers too. Cost to borrow max $250. Analyst price target $23. That's analysts are saying that. Let's say it is 421. Let's see. BlackRock on March 31st bought 195,000 shares. On March 25th, Yauza Holdings bought 3.43 million shares. On let's see, on March 25th, TDR Capital bought 10.29 million shares. Vanguard in February bought 188,000 shares. Insiders. Let's look at insiders. I have no insider selling and oh, hold on. The last insider sale was on April 4th, at least reported, like officially. That was April 4th. Yeah, I highly disagree. It's Bitcoin's probably in the dumpster. That's probably why, to be quite honest with you. What can I sell right now? I want to sell something and buy something else. Jeez. Those are too good. I can't sell those. Oh, fuck. This sucks. I hate when I have really good positions and I don't want to move out of them. No, you know what? I'm gonna be responsible. I'm not gonna keep chasing. I already DCA'd. Wait, no, Greg, bring that message back. I was in the middle of reading it. I want to see that. Or at least message it to me on Facebook. Like, I don't know where, like, everybody's coming out with all this FUD. It doesn't make sense to me. Like, there is a high-end smear campaign going on right now against MULN. And y'all are getting sued for it. If you're in here, just saying, people are, like, y'all are getting sued for it. The definition of, to me, what I see socialism as is I see it as basically a way to, how should I say? Basically a way to take an incentive away from people. And that's kind of like what's going on with this short selling. It's like a good company can't succeed because of people with more money. Priceless volume activity for MULN is very strong, as indicated by an increasing volume trend. Expert activity for MULN is very positive, which is evidenced by insiders purchasing stock. Awesome. So people are buying stock, you mean? So I didn't just average in, at my supply line, for a bad reason. What did you say about battery activity? Well, Ortex has it at 23. I believe that there might be a squeeze and it might go over that. I mean, it might be under that. I don't like to put out price targets, but I will tell you Ortex's is 23. I'll actually show you Ortex's, but I kind of want to watch the chart right this second. I mean, I will show you later though. You have my word. Dude, I just bought. You do you. I bought. I actually did both. I bought options and I bought straight shares. But this red line is my supply zone that I see, at least. Like, you do you. I'm not a financial advisor. I just chart stuff and I don't know. I like to talk to people. And I'm doing this anyway, so I might as well have a channel. That's the way I see it. Like, if I'm gonna do this all day, every day anyway. Expert activity about MULN is very positive. Now, after this hit supply yesterday, it just tore faces off. Just saying. I'll tell you about DWAC in a second. Expert activity about MULN is very positive. Insiders are net buyers of MULN stock, and great, love it. how I feel about DWAC. I feel less strongly about it than I did before Elon got involved with Twitter. I think that's the best way for me to phrase it. And that's just because of like a right state, like Twitter's already developed, and like, yeah, if he wants to make tweaks here and there, okay, whatever, right? But it's already developed. It's already a platform. It's a well-established platform. Now, there's one thing about, like, it could have some changes, obviously, to improve it. But the one thing about Truth Social that DWAC was going to do was they were going to have freedom of speech. If Elon's pushing for that, then it lessens my conviction in that trade, personally. Oh, look at this. Oh, yes, go, you beautiful son of a gun. Go. Yo, raise your hand if you guys bought like lotto calls on Netflix. I don't think I'm not a financial advisor. I don't know if it's gonna get down there. I don't do that though. I don't set, what's it called? I don't set buy and sell orders like that. I read the chart. Like, what is the chart telling me? Like AMC. Here, I'm just gonna pull it up. What is the chart telling me? 2 bull flags after 2 high buy times. Chances are those are, that's shorting, or people are buying, like institutions are buying a large amount of in the money puts with heavy gamma. This could potentially be a double bottom after it broke a downward trend. Like, I just read structures. I don't know. Like, here, look. The MULN is perfect, actually, because I have this drawn up almost like perfectly to a T. Look at the MACD on it. Do whatever you want to do, dude. I don't. All right. So previously, I've seen crazy volume happen. Well, a lot of fighting happen here and a lot of movement happen here, right? Now, this right here, this is just consolidation. It's options activity. It's gamma. It's basically a game of tug of war with gamma, the way that I see it. Okay. Now, below this line, I'm viewing as supply. Okay. Now, we're going to walk it back for a second. Look what happened here when it hit my supply line. Like these people are trying to cover, and remember, you guys got to remember there's a T+2 time on it as well. Like, I don't know. I just feel like you guys are either bots or you guys are getting misinformed and then trying to spread misinformation. Either way, it's not really welcome if you guys have no idea what the hell you're talking about. As far as you putting in orders, I mean, honestly, the last time the other level I saw the thing fighting at, and this is not financial advice, this is where I literally saw the stock fighting at, was like around 107, 105-ish. So I marked it. That's why I averaged in right here, right? And then I was going to sell some more stuff if I saw it go into free fall, because I would have bought it down there. a lot of people are talking about MULN. Are you in the MULN Facebook group? Like, there's MULN. People are driving to the MULN. What's it called? A lot. People are driving to the MULN, like warehouse, or their factory basically, and confirming that there's like work going on and stuff. Like, I don't care. Like, that's good for Short the Vix. I like his content, but like that's good for him. If he doesn't want to make that play, then he doesn't have to make the play. Like, I like the play. I mean, you and I would like Short the Vix to tell me that. How do you know this? Are they like if I'm gonna give you my Twitter. Hold on a second, Dan. Tweet me proof, please. I'm gonna go ahead and I'm actually gonna do this. I'm gonna put you in timeout, right? And while you're in timeout, you could send me proof of what you just said. And if you have no proof whatsoever at the end of this 300 seconds, then it is what it is. Like, I'm not gonna deal with just like misinformation being spread on my channel. It's just not gonna happen. Especially when I'm in the play. Like, I'm in the freaking play. You're laughing, but you did the same thing with misinformation. The only reason I didn't do the same thing to you, to be quite honest, is because you were in here the other day, like, joking around. Like, so, like, you might just be misinformed. And at that point in time, I would like to help inform you. That way you can make your own investment decision based on accurate information, not, stuff fed to you from people like that. Well, but do you know? Or have you been told? There's a difference. Well, me either. But when there's a play that I am very, very confident in, right? I'm going to see that play out. If I think it's an excellent money making opportunity, I'm going to be in the play. Why do you think I bought Lotto or Netflix calls? Because I think that they overreacted by selling off by over $100. They had a net beat on earnings. They lost 200,000 subscribers, okay? But the issue with that is they lost they pulled business out of Russia, okay? Any business that pulls business out of Russia is going to deal with that. Also, in order to go ahead and fix the problem that they're going to have, that they already talked about, they already have a plan. They're going to go ahead and they're going to offer 2 different levels of membership. Like, all I'm saying is like don't tell people stuff about a stock unless you are 100% informed about the stock. Because that very person might know more than you, and they might be able to, help you out and actually tell you the truth, rather than like having to unless you do the deep DD yourself and like look at like the Edgar filings and stuff, and like have like reputable sources, then you shouldn't really talk about this, talk about it. Unless you could prove it, you shouldn't talk about it. That's the way I see things. because then you scare potential investors away, which could then ultimately hurt their pocket. You actually almost stopped me from averaging in at a lower level because I actually doubted my DD for a second. But you have no idea what the heck you're talking about. It sounds like you were just told that by one of these, or heard that from one of these bots, and that could have cost me money, because then I wouldn't have sold what I sold to get in deeper into the position that I'm being very confident in. It just, look at this. We're coming up to the MACD. Just watch. I bet you it hits 300 before it hits 2. Gentleman's bet. Just a gentleman's bet, Nothing attached to it, just kind of like a handshake thing. I bet you it hits 3 before it would hit 2. Both of us might actually win in after hours. We have a chance of coming to fruition in after hours right here. Because if it could gap fill, or at least partially gap fill, or it could just get absolutely clobbered. Who knows? But oh god, I don't know if you were in here for it, but did you like see that stuff going on with that kid just spewing stuff that he had no idea what he was talking about? There is a smear attack against MULN. A huge smear attack. It makes me want to buy more. That's the screwed up part. For every amount of bot, or the more bots I see, the more I just want to go ahead and buy more. Because then it's well, why are you concerned that I'm bullish on it? And none of this is financial advice. It's you guys invest how you guys want. I just chart things, and I don't know. I played the chart. Doing sell orders and buy orders are setting yourself up to get bought out by somebody that slaps the ask. That's that. You do you. It's fine. I mean, hell, if synthetics are discovered with the dividends, which I believe that they will be, I mean, I think that they go for a little bit more than $500 a share. That could just be me speculating, though. Oh God, I can't believe that. That's so funny. And then he's telling me that insiders are selling. So then I pulled up the Ortex, and it has somebody selling at the last top, the last high that it had. And then right after, last night during the Tesla call, it started to skyrocket when they started talking about batteries. What do you guys know that I don't know? That's why I'm thinking. Let's see. Are we going to do anything crossing this MACD? It's getting supply, dude. After it got supply, it ran 20% yesterday. I just bought more. And I got more options on it. Like, no. I'm not talking about you, bro. I'm not like you and I are friends. We talk in a group chat. Like, I'm not talking about you. I was talking about the other guy, dude. He was like in here, like just like spewing, like making false claims. It was rough. I put him in timeout and I told him to DM me sources on Twitter and see if I have any messages on Twitter. I doubt it. Hold on, my phone. I had to turn my phone back on. For some reason, I shut it off. See, look, it's consolidating right now on the supply line. And the MACD is coming across. And the RSI is only 55. Y'all gotta calm down. No big deal. The DD has been done. Twitter, let's see. Nothing yet. Surprise. Like, that's just, like, I can't believe that. That's so funny. I just find that hilarious. Like, this looks bullish right here. This recovery. I know you're saying no. This right here looks to me like a V-shaped recovery. Might go into a cup and handle because this right here. But that MACD looks like it wants to twist up to me. RSI is at 55. It's 325, which means I got an alert to sell options if I wanted to. I don't think I'm going to. I think I'm just going to YOLO them, I think. I do have some, I have so many on one specific one that I don't really want to discuss right this second. But I will totally YOLO to the upside on this. This might go down right now just to kind of screw with people, right? But I feel like in after hours it goes up. If not before then. That's what I'm feeling. And if this didn't have any, because he was like saying like that it had no community support or whatever. Like, if this didn't have any community support, there wouldn't be a Facebook page for it. People wouldn't be driving there, and there wouldn't be an average of 120 million shares traded per day over the last 3 months. What if this rips off this line? I don't know. I'm not really gonna be surprised. Like, tomorrow, I might sell stuff to exercise 1.5s that I have if it rips. I was gonna roll them up earlier, but now I kind of want to YOLO them. Like, I just hate when people spread false information, yo. Cause even Mike. No offense, Mike. I know you and I are cool. Like the other day, you were in here busting jokes and stuff. Like that's cool. Like you're just uninformed, okay? And now you know for next time. But I just hate when people spread false information, and then it could cost you an opportunity for making money or improving your average or whatever the hell you're doing. Like Mike over here said said something about an offering, but it was, I think he's referring to the warrants that we already know about. So it's just like I averaged lower at 130. I averaged like here ish, right? And like I almost didn't do it because of what he said. That irks me. Like, let people make their own decisions. I mean, unless you have factual information, then you shouldn't comment. And you can confirm it. Also, whoever was asking about DWAC before, if I was to play DWAC, I would play the warrants. I would not play the underlying. Just because at the rate that it moves, like it does a good volume. At the rate that it moves, it'll move at higher percentages. If I was to play it, I'm not playing it. I'm not telling you to play it. I want to be very, very clear. Look at this. This might be double bottom. I just I don't know. I wouldn't touch it. I wouldn't touch it at all. Just because of the Elon thing, because Elon could. Let's be honest, okay? I mean, like I would use it, right? But 50% of the country probably wouldn't because they don't like him. So that kind of like cuts the customer base up a little bit. I like the partnership with Rumble. I mean that's cool. But you don't think that Elon could find somebody to maybe partner with or create? Dude probably has his secretary could probably code a video website like that. Speculation line. Definitely speculation line. What is, I want to see this actually. What is the max pain for Netflix this week? Gosh. Max pain is currently 331 or 341. On oh wait, yeah, that's on Netflix. Well, that's just that's the site that I usually don't use. Let me see what this one is. Sorry, max pain is 250. So if max pain is 250, think about where they're probably gonna plant this baby. And then let me do. I'll do all of our, like all the ones that I usually cover here. I'm gonna do MULN. Oh, wrong button. MULN max pain is 150 as expected. BBIG is 250. I'm gonna have to let my dog out in 1 second. AMC is 18. And GME is 145. 1 second, let me let the dog out. And you guys could easily find out that that's for maximum pain. I think it's maximum-pain.com. They'll tell you it for like any security. Snap is down 5% right now. They're going to earnings. I believe that they're down 5%. They just said on Bloomberg. What's Tesla at right now? Are they up on the day still? Barely. So I think that they ripped today, or like in after hours. I think that there's a rip. We've come close, but I think that we have a rip because today's a Thursday. There'll be max theta. We're pretty far from the monthlies. Yeah. I think that there's a rip. What are the futures at right now? Let's see. Nasdaq is down 2%. Nasdaq 100 is down 2%. Oil's up. Bitcoin's down. Dow Jones is down. S&P's down. Yeah. Oh, tomorrow might be one of those statistical turnarounds. So that's interesting. Look, they're gonna do a sell off in a close. I could see that, and maybe double. They could double bottom right here actually, but I could also see them coming down here. At which point I'd probably buy more goals. I mean, I'm not really a fan of Nile. I don't, like, what is Nile even at? Whoo! I mean, you have to identify the supply. I'll do it after hours if you want. I'll identify like where it's supply, like it's been getting supply at, but I can't do that right now. Okay. Statistics say that we have a turnaround Tuesday, or like a turnaround Tuesday type of like move, just because of how bad everything is doing. higher this goes, like the happier I'm gonna be, obviously, because I'm in it. But like, the more I'm just gonna enjoy the fact that there were literally people in here just like spreading false information about it, trying to get me to not buy more. And trying to convince me that I shouldn't like the stock, and telling me that Trade sold his calls and that STV sold his position. Like, okay, good for them. Maybe they're not. Maybe they didn't do the DD that I did. I still like them. I still like their content, but like. I'm just waiting for the booms, because like they're gonna come, in my opinion. The World Bank is meeting this week. The guy from the one guy literally said that he wishes that he could take debt off of his balance sheet. Now this is the leader of a country. He said that, you know, you could do that with XRP. And I can't think of a different way to do that. Like, this might pop this and just go. I don't know. These charts are just ridiculous. They all look like they want to go, but yet they are being held back. Okay, this is about to make a red-green move. Hey, look at this. It's starting to go vertical. Unreal. Ugh. I just want to look at something real quick. But Elon, okay, so Twitter has a fiduciary responsibility now because of Elon to make our shares worth $54 each. Like they have a fiduciary responsibility. If not, we could sue them. So there's that. I feel like he has enough money. If he's going to offer to pay to end world hunger instead of pay his taxes, he has enough money to not care about like saying screw you, I could do this. You know what I mean? Like following through with what he says that he want, like what he wants to do. If anything, I think that the price would go higher because he might become more involved. That's the way I see it, at least. I mean, there's so many different like ways that it could be done, especially like he has Starlink. I mean, like, what if somebody doesn't have cell service, but they could connect to Starlink and then they could go on Twitter, like Twitter only or something. And then he has Tesla ads all over Twitter for like free. Like that'd be like almost a monopoly, but realistically it's not because you're the one not paying for or not having service. You're the one using Twitter. Like that's the way I see it. Like I made money on DWAC. I did. Like, I'm not gonna sit here and say that like I was never involved in that play. I was involved in that play. Yes, I was mainly the warrants though. My average was 150 on the warrants, like 150 ish. It was like 147, something like that. But regardless, that's these right here. But they obviously went much higher. Like the board is going to get sued in a class action lawsuit and easily lose if they do not do what is best for the investor. That's the law. Now somebody like Elon, who has the money, okay, he could go ahead and he could push it. He could push it as far as he really wants to. The SEC has screwed with him so many times. He's screwing with them back. Sorry about the dog. I see him as, and then like that's not financial advice. You do whatever play you want. I don't care. Like, dude has enough money. He can do whatever the hell he wants. Like, I take him at his word nowadays. Like, yeah, sure, you're gonna go to Mars. Okay, funny. I mean, now he's building a truck that has better specs than anything in its class. He plans to have volume of it built by next year. It has bulletproof windows. It's made of the same steel that he uses on the ship or on like the rockets. Like, yeah, maybe dude could go to Mars. I don't know, but I mean, like his rockets land by themselves. Like, think about that. Like he's literally commercializing. Like they are commercializing what's it called? Space travel. I mean, you might be right about if he were to step away, but I don't think he's going to step away. That's my opinion. If you think he's going to step away, then then do whatever you think is best. I just feel like there's better places for me to stick my money. That's all. I want this to rip so bad. I want this in Netflix the most, I think. No, well, AMC and GameStop, obviously. I just want MULN to go nuts just because of the amount of bots like about it and all the fake information. And it's only 10 cents off. It's next pain. If it really rips, you know, and we close above 2, then that starts gamma for next week. One could be hopeful, at least. This isn't a bull flag. And it's on a double bottom. Oh my gosh. How much are they? I gotta do something. I gotta do something. I gotta do something. Oh god. $11. Okay, I just bought more Netflixes. I just bought more Netflix. Like, there's no freaking way. Oh, so the reason why, and I actually, like I said, I played the warrants. The reason why is because it moves in the same basket sometimes, very frequently, actually. Like sometimes it would be like I call it a top signal. Other times BBIG would act as a top signal. So I do keep track of it. It's just I'm not playing it right now. I actually just started playing Twitter as soon as I found out that Elon was playing Twitter and like that he wanted to do free speech. That's when I got out. Like that's when I knew I wasn't going to invest in DWAC until I knew more, I guess you could say. But yeah, I just sniped some Netflix calls. If you look at the futures, everything is way, way down, and I'm looking for a rebound. Even if we get a dead cat bounce on Netflix, I should still be able to rake because I just got such cheap options. And that is not financial advice. That's stating a fact. That's like if it does happen. Like I could be completely wrong. Like I have a bet with one of my friends that that I think it hits 300 before it hits that. Then he thinks it's going to hit 200 faster than I think it'll hit 3. So I mean, like that's just like a handshake bet, obviously. But you think it'll go to 100? And they already have a plan to fix the outflow They already have a plan to fix the outflow of the 200 or like the subscriber problem that you're talking about. Like the big concern. It's like MULN. Everybody has an issue with your position. It's crazy. Let's see. How do we do at the moving averages here? So far, it's looking like a good snipe. I mean, we'll see. If I'm wrong, I'm wrong. But I don't even have to be all the way right. Like, I could just be like half right. Well, as we saw the other day with AMC and GameStop, and I brought this up to the group. We had such green days, but very low volume on each stock, which in turn I said might be able to drive the prices down very easily, and it's kind of where we're at now. Like, such healthy growth off the what's it called? Such healthy growth off the supply. And now we're just gonna barcode. Like, somebody's gonna like break this. There is gonna be somebody that breaks this. I don't know who. I don't know when. I don't know which one they'll target. Might be BBIG. Like, I don't know. But like this looks prime. Like, look at that. That looks like it's prime to move up. And as soon as I say that, it catches a candle. But like it's over the EMAs. The only thing it has to deal with here is the VWAP, and that's also kind of like a relative high. But it broke the downward trend that I had drawn, and now it's moving upward. I just feel like somebody's going to spend a lot of money and buy like in the money YOLOs for tomorrow on one thing, and then it might trigger a mass covering after the way that this is. What's their PE? Hold on. I will look at their PE for you, because a lot of people don't ask about that. Look at their EPS. Man, look at that price divergence. Let's look at their peers. Huh. Okay. I mean, like, everything is trading at these like ridiculously like they were trading at crazy multiples. So I could agree with you, right? But things trade at multiples, and the reason why they trade at multiples is because of like future business, or things of that magnitude. Like you have to trade at like you're typically going to trade. There's also 2 minutes till PDT. If you guys are suffering with PDT, give 2 minutes. Just saying. But as I was saying, like, things trade at a they trade at like a certain amount of times per earnings, or per EBITDA, whatever, like whatever metric. Some of them got inflated over COVID. That's because we had the Wall Street going ahead and taking the advantage of everybody. And then we wonder why we're in a recession, because none of these laws that govern, Wall Street were enforced. So of course, like, money's going to be screwed up. All right, 1 minute. Is neutral. Okay. Very strong earnings performance. Interesting. Very weak. And yeah, that's fine. I go against the grain. I go against the grain. Like, that to me, that, I don't know, that looks bullish. That doesn't look bearish to me. I don't know why, but I'm just an eternal optimist. It's at the 200 right now, getting supply or support. I mean, it could very well rip right after that. Like, that's what they could be like doing in after hours. It's after hours now. Yeah, I might stay on for a couple minutes. I mean, I might be completely wrong. This might shoot way the hell down. Look at that buy at the bell. See that? What's that gauge for MOL or the high earnings growth over the past 5 years? Price slash volume activity. Well, volume is high, but that's because people were selling off. So they're changing their financial metrics, though. That's the thing. Like, they're gonna start doing the ad service and stuff. That's like the sweet spot. Is like they're gonna go ahead and they're going to what's it called? They're gonna go ahead and offer the two different things where you could either have the commercials or no commercials. And then they're going to be able to collect ad revenue, which everybody is after. That's why Facebook dropped, because apparently their ad revenue is down, and they're saying that they're losing market share to TikTok. Well, I mean, think about it. Like, yeah, they lose their advantage to Hulu, I guess, right? But they also offer an upgrade package to not lose that advantage. So then they're allowing the other person to choose. They're allowing the client to choose whether they want a cheaper one that's similar to Hulu, or they want the upgraded one that, sets them apart. I mean, I don't know. I just don't think it. I don't think it keeps going down. I could be completely wrong. I'm waiting for one of these. If one goes, I think they could all go, and that's exciting. That's really, really exciting. And I don't want to not be live when it happens. Like, I want to be live when it happens. I won't even be able to sell because, I mean, a lot of my stuff is in calls. I mean, I'll be able to sell some stuff, but like, I wouldn't even be able to sell. their current things are poor. Their current, what's it called, is poor. And also, this may become a trade rather than an investment. And what I mean by that is like I'm going to be in and out. Like it's like a 2-day trade for me. Like I picked up calls yesterday to see if I got an overnight yesterday, and I kept them, and then I averaged more just because of the way that it traded today. Like see, like, and then it gets shot down. Like I'm not trading it based on fundamentals. I mean, I guess I kind of am because I feel like it got overdone a little bit. Wow, that's nice. Okay, but I just feel like it could rip because of that huge gap down. So it's like such a large gap down that like I feel like it's worth it for me to take the shot on the statistical, at least a dead cat bounce. Like I have, let's see. Let me see what I got. I have a 237.5. I have four 250s, two 265s. I have two 300s. I have one 310 and one 330. And that's only because they were only like $2. But like I mean, like I paid like a little bit more for the other ones, but look at MULN right now. My God, just go on a moon mission. Go to freaking space. Now, also tomorrow we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get the info from the sell-off, I believe, right? Because that was 2 days ago, right? Wait, hold on a second. I just gotta look at this because I forget. Wow. All right, so yeah, yesterday was kind of shitty. All right, so then tomorrow we'll get that information from the crappy day. On the daily, it looks like that wants to turn up. On the 4-hour, it looks like it wants to turn up. Look, on the 4-hour, we double bottom pretty much. And it's at a 34 RSI on the 4-hour. 34 RSI on the daily. Weekly 34. Monthly 38. 1 hour. Or let's do 2 hour. I want to do it on every time frame just because I'm curious. 40 RSI. Same with double bottom. 44 on the RSI, looks like it wants to twist up. 47 on this RSI, looks like it wants to twist up. I mean, I like it. I like it a lot. Oh, man. Like, look at this thing. What's the day high? 164. I mean, we might see some resistance at that 153 mark, but this could just go. This could just gamma. And look at the. Oh, please turn around. Oh, please turn around. I will be so amped. If this rips through the 200, I will be so amped. 53 million volume. Hold on a second. My dad just messaged me. Wait, you said 155. Okay. That is a lot of volume. I'll give you that. But that's not a lot of volume right there. That's not a lot of volume. I mean, this could be people trying to cover right now that like realize how screwed they are. We just had a 13 over the 200 and 24 over 200 as well. I mean, it could in both realistically. I mean, there's no halts in pre-market or after hours. That's why it scares me to not have a call on one of these MOASS stocks and not carry it overnight. Like, yeah, I have to eat data sometimes, and that sucks, right? But if they squeeze in after hours and I don't have a call, do you know how irked I will be? Like, I would be so pissed. What is this doing? This wants to spin up too. The RSI is low enough for it to do it. It's in a bull flag too. So it's in a bull flag, and it's coming out of a descending wedge. Two bullish indicators. I want to see BBIG. Like, look at these are some weird candles. Those are some weird candles on BBIG. I didn't even expand the screen yet. Once I let my dog in, that's a 48 over. That's a golden cross. 48 over 200. One second. Ugh. Like, these are some crazy candles that we got going on right here. What is this doing? MULN up 2.4, 2.14. Indecision candle right there. I think it's gonna go up. I really do. I mean, we had such a bad day today. Such a bad, like, let me look at futures. All right, futures. Let's see. Dow Jones down 1.12%. S&P down 1.58%. Nasdaq down 2.07%. Nasdaq 100, so that's like the top 100 companies, down 2.14%. Oil's up. That's it. I feel very, very confident with. I feel confident with a lot of this stuff. I mean, like what happens when they lock the CEI flow? Like is in the Edgar documents. Like, it's gonna, if they lock the flow, it's gonna run. People are gonna squeeze it. It's just, Like it, like that. That's to me is like kind of like common sense almost. I don't want to see this go negative. I gotta switch. All right. What are we at? 121 million in volume. 121, and we are up 2.86. Let's see. Kind of like a bull flag. Could be like forming a cup and handle like it usually does. It's going because the 200's right there. It wanted to go down, touch the 200. I bet. Bet you it goes down a little bit more. Might even touch the 48. What's Bitcoin at right now? Wait for this puppy to turn around. Well, we'll see what happens in like 5 minutes. Because that looks extremely bullish to me. I kind of want to watch it happen because it should explode off this. We're talking two wedges. It might come up here for like the support resistance line. Take a breath and then break that one. I bet. The MACD is gonna swing. 41 to it's gonna because the common number is 250, and it's gonna try to make its fight for 242 most likely, which is way the hell up there. I feel strong, yo. BBIG positive. Let's see. Like this is some weird price move. Look at the volume on BBIG. Like you're gonna tell me it has 11 million in volume? Like this, like at the end, like on the Thursday, like at right after an earnings call where they were very bullish. That doesn't seem logical. I feel like the only speculative position I'm in that doesn't have like any, I don't know. I guess like the most no, because like I was gonna say Netflix, but it does have some reason behind it. Like that's probably though like my most speculative one is just Netflix, just waiting on the like a dead cat bounce type deal. But I feel very confident about MULN. I feel very confident about like the CEI Viking combination, AMC, BBIG, GameStop. Like the DD has been done on my part. On like Can't speak for everybody else, you know, but I mean, I'm confident in what I got. And also with the IMF meeting right now, I mean, they got to be like kind of like whooping Powell's ass, basically, saying like, what the hell are you guys doing? And he sounded like he was like terrified during that meeting. Like his answers, like he sounded like he's terrified. Yeah. He's in double bottom right there, somewhere there. Let's see. And also Netflix's max pain is 250. So I feel like they're gonna want to bring it back towards max pain. That's max pain for everybody else, not the market maker. Like even if MULN comes close to the like analyst target price here, MULN. Okay, so target price is $23. And that's down from 30. It started at 30. Let's see. How would I even do this? This would be 23 divided by I don't even know if I'm doing this right. Time. Cool. And that's lower than the original estimate. And since that adjustment, it actually like exceeded expectation. Like they're doing better than I guess what they were doing. And now they have community behind them. If they kill this on me, I'm pissed. Still in a bull flag though. Hesitating before the golden cross. Interesting. Getting the cross. I just think it's so funny, like how like it steadily grew off that supply line while people are in here like talking smack about it. That's funny to me. Really funny. I literally cannot wait to see what the T+2 information says. I'm gonna give it like 2 minutes here, a couple minutes. I don't know, maybe like 2 minutes, 3 minutes, something. I just want to see if this gold cross does anything really. They might try to consolidate around this line. That'd probably make the most sense, and then it might get some support off of it, and then pop. Hi, Belle, what's up, babe? Good girl. MC up after hours. All I need is Netflix and GameStop. What is their, you know what, you were talking about their debt. What does their debt look like? The tabs are a lot smaller on my laptop than my computer. Net debt. Their enterprise value has been growing. EBITDA, yeah, EBITDA is down. I don't know, man. And a lot of companies carry debt. A lot of companies carry debt. CEO sold. Oh wait, this is MULN. Jeez, what am I doing? Yeah, like that's what I'm making the case for Netflix here. Like that they carry debt, but here's the problem. Enterprise value. So went from growing substantially to that. However, look at their revenue. They're projected to bring in $3 billion more. Look at the difference in PE, though. That's good. Like, lowering the PE is good. Net debt. Okay, so they lowered their debt. I don't know what FCF is, to be quite honest. EV/EBITDA. Enterprise value, so 160. That's the problem. They're going from 250 or almost $300 billion company to 160 billion. I'm not, because what are they going to do? Pay Comcast or whoever, like DirecTV, let's say? Are they going to pay them a F ton more in order to get cable? Maybe. I mean, more. Do you know how many cord cutters there are? I mean, I have cable, but like, I don't know. A lot of people fire. Yeah. Okay, so let's take a look at this. These are from today. These are from today. $280. $295. $300. Yesterday. So this is we'll do all of yesterday. It's fine. I'm with it. Yesterday, 293, 235. That person hit it on the spot. They killed it. This person, 300, 355, 275, 300, 350. Upgraded to a hold. Wow. Okay. 405. That's BMO. That's BMO Harris in Chicago. 405. 300. 400. 265. 350. 325. 300. 245. 280. 350. Just shy of 350. And now this is today, after everything has come out. So after everything has come out, 280 still, 295, 300. I get what you're saying about Fire Sticks. I just see it. It might not be an overnight comeback, but I think that it was an overreaction. I think it was an overreaction. Insiders. Wait. What the hell are insiders doing? Yo, they got us, dude. They got us. Wait. Oops. Hold on a second. Look at that, dude. They sold at the tippy top. And then they bought right here. All right, so they bought. Keep in mind, they bought 1.5 mil. Yeah, 1.5, we'll call it, right? He bought at what price would you say that is? I don't know, probably 400, we'll say. No, I mean, wait, we could tell right here. By trade significance. So this is the CEO, co-CEO. All right, look, transaction values. 1.71, 18. Now that guy did sell, right? But not, he sold at the top. That's bullish to me, dude. That's bullish as heck to me. This candle right there. I gotta let my dog out again real quick. One thing. Like all those upgrades or all those downgrades, even the downgrades have it being overreacted on. So my thought is the max pain on it tomorrow is 250. Right? So I have chances are they're going to want to bring it to max pain. That would be the best goal for the market makers to bring it to max pain. Will it happen? I don't know. Max pain is on the upside. But I mean, even if they don't, I still have I do have four 250s, and I have one 237.5 that I got for dirt cheap. So like I would hit big on those if it runs, because if it runs, it could very well gap fill. I mean, I think it would come back down after a gap filled, but it could. Like they could just squeeze it. It would just become like a gamma squeeze. Because like the options when I was buying options, dude, they were so cheap. Let's look at them. All right. Let's see. Oh wait, these are MULN. What the hell am I doing? Low IVs too. They kind of like set it up to be like the perfect storm. So tomorrow morning they could pile in to the calls and just squeeze the out of this if they don't start buying it up now. Because they're gonna want to burn some puts. Or perfect, yeah. But no, this side looks like the perfect trap to me. Because you're thinking like, oh, okay, well, like it's a dying company, like for instance, like you said, right? It's a dying company. So yeah, I'm killing it right now with my, my 230 put, or my 250 put, my 240 put. Like I'm deep in the money. I'm good. And then all of a sudden it runs $20 on you, and blink of an eye, and it shifts. I mean, max pain, like I said, is 250. As long as I sell on high volatility, I could even sell the 300s and make money. As long as, again, it just has to be like a high vol, like a high vol environment. Right now it's not a high vol environment. It was like they just kind of until like right here, it was just like I wasn't getting it. This right here though, into close, that was like the icing on the cake for them. Bring it down to the 200. They like perfectly brought it down to the 200. Stair step, stair step, stair step. 200. Okay. Now we'll figure it out. I don't know, dude. It also depends on what Bitcoin does. In all reality. Yeah, I hope you're dead wrong, dude. Like I hope you are so wrong. Whoa, look at this. This has to be a trap. Oh. Okay, so now I'm feeling really, really weird because it could be a scalp in order to continue doing this, or it could be a sell-off in order to cover. A lot of like the thing about Bitcoin is because it has no value, like or no utility. The only value is like I have it. How much you want to pay for it? It's like it's not providing us like it's not providing any utility. It's just a store of value. So Bitcoin could literally go to zero, realistically. I don't know if I don't know if I'd want to see that because it'd be like ugly. It'd be ugly to see, and people would like a lot of people would be so screwed. But like, there's and it's inflationary too. It's like no. And then the guy on the call today, I don't know if you were in like on live when I had the call going. The guy on live said, "Oh, I wish I could take that off my balance sheet." The only way to take something off your take debt off your balance sheet is I don't know to put it on a ledger, aka Ripple. Like you know that at the World Bank, that has to be at the top of their priorities list. Is talking about a global currency. And Ripple works with the digital yuan, so even though China can't be there, that's fine because it works with the digital yuan already. And it answers all of the problems. It answers debt. It's basically filing bankruptcy and then starting over, but being deflationary. Look at these. Like this is up 2. Are all these gonna squeeze? Yeah. Like that's a nice candle right there. That's a strong buy after a strong sell-off. If you're still in here, whoever asked me, that's why I have this in my title, because like this does trade very similar. But like I don't know, going back to Netflix, I feel like the continuing the sell off is just too obvious. That's just me. I feel like it's too obvious. Like they could play it both ways. They could go ahead and they could make a killing on puts, and then they could go ahead and just run it up on calls the next day when all the retailers hop in on puts because they see the people posting these 1,000% gains. Lucky, chill out, bub. Play out in a minute. But man, this is insane. Okay, so big volume spike, but no candle. Interesting. Like, that was a pretty big volume candle for no... And there was nothing there for a minute. That was fucking weird. I mean, this is firmly crossed. Oh shit. Did you make any plays like at the bell? Like any kind of YOLOs or no? Or did anybody in the lobby or like here that like that's active? Did anybody make any like YOLO bets? I'm on my dog again. That looks like a kind of like a double bottom breaking trend. Oh, tights out. I hear that, dog. I hear that. I mean, I'm really liking to see DWAC up, even though I'm not in it. Like, that's fine. Prog's up. That's been trading in the same basket. I mean, the VIX shot up. Trap. Like, that's dirty. Like, doing this to people is dirty. So that is a technical buy-in indicator. The three little soldiers, right? And then they just like sold like they sold like off hard. Oh my god, that's gotta hurt. So like if you were like say that you were me, right? And you were like charting and you came up with this kind of chart. You're like, oh wow, three little soldiers, breaking out of the descending wedge. Bang, buy. And then they smash you. Like this is gonna depend on if it happens tomorrow or not, I think. The way that this trades in after hours. Dude, like that's what I'm saying. Like this, like that is a technical buy-in signal. Three little soldiers. Boom, boom, boom. Gets to the top of the where I previously drew the what's it called that line, that horizontal, and then it's a hard sell. Like that's dirty. Hold on a second. They did this like where the hell is the I thing? I could have swore that I could hide this stuff. Drawings? Okay, good. They did this yesterday, I believe, right? So yesterday was the 20th. Let's see. Yeah, look. So this is yesterday. I started up here and then just they trapped it all day. Like that's just filthy. What I'm gonna do though is I'm gonna go ahead and I'm gonna draw this line. I'm trying to be like close with it. Okay. So now I can do that. Dude. It's literally right on top of the other bull flag. You bought what at 55? Oh wait. Okay, wait. Like 27,000 puts in the money right now versus like. So you know what that tells me? That tells me that for the market maker, it's dude. Honest, like it's inflating less than the U.S. dollar. I'd hold. I would just hold it. Do you have a whole Bitcoin? Is that what you're saying? I mean, I'll be honest. I like ETH better than I like Bitcoin. One second though. I mean, I'll be honest. I like Polygon, XRP, and Cardano more than I like both of those though. More than I like ETH and I like Bitcoin. Because this Bitcoin is going to inflate until 2140, I believe. It's either 2140 or 2160. At which point, unless Jeff Bezos is successful with creating a pill, basically, or the treatment to live forever, chances are we won't be here. Shib. Bro, please do me a favor. Look in the safe, Moon, please. If you're gonna take a home run shot, I think it's worth a read. Like yes, because it's deflationary. I get why, but I think it's gonna be a long hold. And I think they're gonna use it as a scalping tool, just like they use Dogecoin and just like they use Bitcoin. I think they're gonna use it as a scalping tool for a while. Yeah, I dropped all my Shiba, whatever. If you look into IOTA, it's ISO compliant, so it could go on the XRP ledger if I'm right. But it's also, this is the more important part that's even more factual. No, well, I mean the other part's factual too, but it's in the metaverse code. Oh, so you're really swinging for the fences. I mean, the way I see crypto is I have two. I have one home run shot with SafeMoon, and then I have the rest just compounding interest on high cap solid projects that I actually believe in. But they're compounding interest, which is an important part. So every day they earn me more, and then obviously the more, then helps earn even more. And I mean, like, as time goes on, eventually I'll get to a point where I won't have to like literally I'll be able to live off compounding interest. That's the goal at least. But I mean, you could even do that with like Polygon on. I know you missed it on Nexo, but like I'm pretty sure Crypto.com is 12% for Polygon. That's pretty good. Their Crow rates are pretty good. Their Cosmos rates are great on their on the DeFi. Even though it's ISO compliant, I do not have Algorand. I know you're gonna say, well, you should, you're talking ISO compliant, you're a hypocrite. I think by the time that they go ahead and that they like if they were to take off, I think that SafeMoon would replace them. If not, I believe that IOTA is better than them as far as compliance goes. And as far as building goes, I mean, you could use like IoTex with like sensors and stuff. Now that's not ISO compliant though. But the only thing that sketches me about Algorand is like isn't there like DeFi involved with that? So like DeFi and same thing with XRP. Well, it's still not too late, bro. It's still I don't think it's too late. I think that like we are literally like boarding the shit, because like as weird as this sounds, all of these like strange things have I know I hear you. All of these strange things happen at like times where margin is stretched in the market with SafeMoon. Like they're like a bunch of FUD came out like against it the one time. It dove right before June 2nd. What the hell else? Like not too long ago, it was supposed to be listed on the Mandela exchange. And then all of a sudden, they basically halted it right after we had a rough market day, and like stuff started to run. It's like it's almost like they're using it as a way for like to potentially save the market if it starts to go under. And whales are starting to buy in. Like I saw purchases for like 75 grand, 80 grand, 100 grand posted like within the group. So like you could actually like look up the whale watcher thing on it, and you could see like the increasing amount of people that are getting into it. And again, that will wow, look how this is barcoding. That's one where it'll literally just like you don't even have to stake it. It because of the tokenomics, it's gonna stake, like you're gonna earn on it anyway. I don't know. That's the way I view it. I think it's gonna be like a 5-year retirement plan. At least that's my personal opinion. Maybe 10-year. I want to get off, but at the same time, like I feel like one of these two are gonna get some gamma and go. I wish Netflix would come up a little bit. At least give me some kind of hope. Like this doing a golden cross, very interesting. AMC is barcoding right under 200. Like it really wouldn't take somebody to tell me GameStop is barcoding. I doubt it, but tell me it is. Let's see. No, that's just all over the place with low volume. I mean it's in between the EMAs. It's in the right place. All it would take would be, like I said, somebody to drop a lot of money in the money calls. I mean, they have the app, dude. They have your app, and you just send yourself BNB. So like you don't have to pancake swap and stuff anymore. Just so you know, like I don't know if you thought they had to pancake swap. But now it's like you literally just send yourself BNB. You could do it on the app, but honestly, I think it's cheaper to send it. You send yourself BNB, and then you just swap it. Easy enough. But I would definitely recommend researching XRP before the IMF meeting is completed as well. Because like SafeMoon is building a smart city in the Gambia. Yes, the CEO used to work for the DoD. Yes, his mom works for the State Department in the Gambia. But I mean, XRP is like, even though it's not tradable in the US technically, like on all apps. I mean, on Uphold you could obviously get it. But it remained a top 10 market cap crypto, even when it wasn't allowed in the largest, in the largest market in the world. So think about that. Like, that's really, really screwed up to think about. Also, with SafeMoon, what really gets me excited is that there's over 3 million holders. So, like, that's more than BNB holders. And you need BNB in order to buy SafeMoon. So, that's interesting as well. I don't know. It doesn't really look like anything's going to happen. I was really hoping to get something within the first hour. But I think I'm going to get off, bro. I will catch you later. I'll be in Messenger. I'm probably still going to sit here and watch after hours. I just kind of feel like relax a little bit. But I'll catch you later. Thanks for tuning in, as always. If you are in here, throw me a sub if you already have it. I'd appreciate it. I'll catch y'all tomorrow.